clear that Defense Exhibit 4477 was introduced. The minutes say Defense Exhibit 4777. A simple typo, but we just wanted the record to reflect fully what was introduced, and have also alerted Ms. Stone in advance to raising it on the record.
So one of the things that I will do, again, I wanted to get us a couple of days into the proceedings. Either at the end of the day or the beginning of the day, it is my practice to go through with you and identify what my notes show I have admitted. And it occurred to me, again, because lawyers who've not been practicing as long rarely get an opportunity to be at the podium. Part of becoming a litigator or trial lawyer is that you have to learn how to get the nervousness out of your system when you're standing there in front of a federal judge or any judge, and part of that just takes practice. So what I would like the parties to do is to designate a young lawyer to be in charge of exhibits at a minimum, and let them stand there at the podium, and we'll go through the numbers together. And it's important to do because we obviously want to have the record clear, but it's not very high risk for you. So I would encourage you to do that.
Very pleased to, Your Honor, for Apple.
Okay. And my note showed the chief said, Ms. Brass, 4477. I understood that some of these documents that I had ordered sealed over the weekend were in fact released and were in fact disseminated. So I don't know at this point, with the genie out of the bottle, as they say, that there is a point in seeing them. So I will talk to you all about that later. But if they're already released because of some error, it was not the court's error, and they were disseminated, the information's out there. I don't know why we would claim that it would need to be sealed in the courtroom.
Just to eliminate any confusion, the point that I was making has to do with prospective documents that we're working on to prevent any repetition.
Okay. And what I was talking about were the emails that were circulated yesterday that I had printed during the proceedings and delivered to the lawyers in the courtroom, certain documents that were not supposed to be put onto the box in a non-redacted form, apparently were. Some of that information I had sealed, and it was disseminated because I went home and I learned that there were numbers that I knew I had sealed, and now the public knew about them. And if that's the case, there's no point, in my view, in sealing that information, but we can talk more specifically about what at least I'm alluding to in a sealed session, and then I'll open stuff up. So, okay. Let's start testimony. Mr. Sweeney, if you'll come back to the stand. I will remind you, sir, you are still under oath. All right. Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning.
I hope you had a good evening. And Mr. Sweeney, we spoke yesterday about the Epic analytics team. Do you recall that topic generally? And the analytics team there at Epic is able to run various cuts and analyses of Epic user data, among other things, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that of those who have downloaded Fortnight onto iOS platforms, roughly 75% of them have never made any purchase of any sort within Fortnight on any platform?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that statistic.
Would it surprise you to learn that the vast majority of people who have downloaded Fortnight on iOS have never made any purchase of any sort within Fortnight on any platform?
No.
It's a premium game, correct?
Yes.
And one of your goals is that people be able to play your game for free and then buy features and skins and cosmetics if they choose to, correct?
On iOS, we only sell cosmetic items. We don't sell features.
You don't sell
Features, Johnny.
features.
And again, you mean that there can be nothing that helps to improve a player's performance. Is that what you mean by that?
Correct.
And are you aware that only 15% of people who have downloaded Fortnite on iOS devices have made purchases on multiple platforms?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of people who have downloaded Fortnite on iOS have made transactions exclusively within the App Store transaction platform?
I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to know that it's in the neighborhood of 5%?
Yes.
Well, true, sir, then you would have intentionally kept Fortnite off of iOS despite an invitation to return, keeping 95% of those off the platform to fight over commissions being paid on transactions affected by 5% within the App Store platform alone. True?
Objecting to the form of the question, Your Honor.
I wasn't aware of that data, and it played no role in Epic's decision.
Would you have thought it important, if my statistics are true, that you should have taken into account the impact on the consumers before electing to remain off of the App Store despite invitations to return during the pendency of this litigation?
Epic did consider the impact on consumers.
And you went ahead and did it anyway, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to talk for just a moment about how Epic accounts for its development expenses. And isn't it correct that Epic makes no systematic effort to allocate its development costs among different projects?
Yes.
And that's because most of the software developed by Epic is used in a variety of situations, correct?
Not sure if most, but a very large portion of Epic's software development is used for multiple projects.
Such as the Epic Game Store, correct?
Yes, the Epic Game Store uses a variety of shared services.
And third-party games.
I'm sorry?
And also your tools are used in terms of helping those with third-party games?
Yes.
In other words, those developed by companies other than Epic, correct?
Correct.
And also the software development efforts and the other engineering efforts within Epic are used for the benefit of your own games, correct?
Yes.
Fortnite, for example.
Yes.
And Rocket League, which is a game you acquired not too long ago, correct?
Yes.
And any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product use or customer would be largely artificial, correct?
Yes, that's my view of accounting at Epic.
And you also believe that any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product use or service would be arbitrary, true?
Yes, they're very much within Epic.
And Epic does not organize around isolated business units, does it?
No, Epic does not.
And Epic does not make decisions around business units, correct?
Correct.
And Epic does not maintain any business unit or product-specific P&Ls, correct?
And I think the accounting team does that to a certain extent.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
I believe our accounting team does that to a certain extent, but not systematically everywhere.
And they don't allocate expenses in any systematic way, correct?
My understanding is we do not attempt to allocate shared engineering costs to particular projects.
Rather, Epic operates holistically as a company that pursues the wide range of opportunities you see, correct?
Yes.
And you pursue those opportunities with as much synergy and sharing of technology and tools and people and processes as possible, correct?
Yes.
And you find that to be a good way to run a business, don't you?
Absolutely.
People are not focused on their own business unit P&Ls, for example, correct?
Yes.
People are focused on innovation rather than how they personally or they and their business unit are performing.
Yes.
And you want your people focused on innovation, not on their own skins, and I mean that literally, or on the P&L of their own work, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney, if someone were to point at one product or service that your company offers and declare a precise profit margin for it, that assessment would be fundamentally flawed, wouldn't it?
Yes, for the most part of that, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, we touched on this briefly yesterday, but after Fortnight launched on consoles, you turned to mobile development, correct?
Yes.
And all I really mean by that is it came after the mobile, or after the console launch. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And the first mobile platform that you launched Fortnite on was iOS, correct?
Yes.
And that was several months before Android, true?
Yes.
And Nintendo Switch had not yet been released, right?
Yes.
That came out a few months later in the summer of 2018.
Yes.
And the launch of Fortnite within iOS and within the App Store occurred in April 2018, correct?
Yes, preceded by public beta in March.
Thank you. And so from the time that public beta began to August 13th, 2020, so from March 2018 to August 2020, Apple supported Fortnite's business model, correct? Sure, let's break it down. Apple supported cross-progression for individual players moving between iOS and non-iOS devices, correct?
Apple guidelines allowed cross-progression, yes. I'm sorry. Apple guidelines allowed cross-progression.
And in fact, Fortnite played on iOS had cross-progression consistent with those guidelines, correct?
Yes.
And Apple supported Epic's cross-platform play between different players on iOS and non-iOS devices, correct?
Yes.
And Apple supported cross-wallet transactions between different transaction platforms, be they the App Store transaction platform or the Xbox transaction platform or some other, correct?
Apple policy allowed cross-wallet transactions so long as you made all of those items that were available elsewhere available on iOS.
So in other words, if you could buy it elsewhere and also buy it on the App Store, Apple was fine if people purchased it elsewhere, correct?
Correct.
That could be used by Fortnite players within the iOS environment, correct?
Yes.
So throughout the entire time that Fortnite was on iOS, players could buy V-Bucks on one platform and spend those V-Bucks on their iOS device, correct?
With respect to the non-Apple platforms, which allowed that, yes.
Yeah. And when they did that, of course, and by that, yeah, I mean, when a player did that, Apple would not receive any commission from Epic, correct?
Correct.
and yet those V-Bucks would be spent by the player on the iOS device, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that only certain platforms permitted this. So Apple permitted it, but not all others, correct?
Correct.
And by this, I mean specifically cross-platform and cross-wallet play. Did you understand that?
Yes.
And Sony did not permit cross-platform play on the PlayStation for over a year after the launch of Fortnite, correct?
That's right.
And you got pretty aggressive with Sony in an attempt to get them to agree, correct?
Yes, we had significant negotiations throughout 2018.
Sir, I believe you have your exhibit binder before you, and Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness exhibit 3125, DX 3125. And Mr. Sweeney, when you have that before you, please let me know.
I'm here.
And do you recognize this as an email string that you had with Mr. Phil Rosenberg at Sony?
Yes.
And this is an email exchange, it looks like over the weekend of June 2nd and 3rd, 2018. Do you see that?
I believe it begins on Friday, June 1st.
I appreciate that. I think you're right, sir. And, Your Honor, I would move exhibit DX 3125 into evidence.
Any objection?
The only objection, Your Honor, is as to the portions not written by Mr. Sweeney because they're hearsay. If they're being offered for a non-hearsay use, then there would be no objection.
It's simply been offered as correspondence and communications between these two gentlemen. Obviously, Mr. Sweeney's statements are a party admission. As for Mr. Rosenberg, you're not offering them for the truth.
Admitted on that basis.
Your Honor, I apologize for the objection that included the 80 people switched over to our site to publish.
Okay.
So should I wait or should I continue?
It'll just take a
I
minute.
didn't know who just had the switch. Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, I'd like you to turn to that Friday, June 1st, 2018 email on page .005 of Exhibit 3125. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And this is an email that you sent to Mr. Rosenberg that Friday evening, correct?
Yes.
And the subject line is Fortnite interoperability and esports. True?
Yes.
And he wrote to Mr. Rosenberg, Dear Phil, Sony's interoperability restrictions have put both of our companies in an untenable position, adversarial to our customers. Many Fortnite players are kids, and their friendships are being torn apart by Sony's segregation of players on competing platforms. That's what you told Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes.
And what you meant by that was that friendships are being torn apart by Sony's segregation of players on competing platforms, is that without crossplay, these friends would not be able to play Fortnite together, correct?
Correct. The PlayStation players could not play in a game session together with their friend on Xbox.
But again, Apple, as one of those competing platforms, permitted cross-platform play at this point in time, correct?
Yes.
And this was just a month and a half or so after the public launch of Fortnite on iOS, correct?
Correct.
And in the next line you say, frankly, we do not believe Sony's position is even legal. True?
Yes.
That's something that you said to Mr. Rosenberg on June 1, 2018?
Yes.
And this was all before Sony invested $450 million in Epic, correct?
Just approximately 2 years before.
Thank you. Now, Sony ultimately agreed to cross-platform play in approximately September 2018?
Yes.
So 2 or 3 months after this email was sent?
Yes, my recollection is after this conversation ensued and we had reached a verbal agreement on the principles that Sony would support this. And that Sony would spend several months developing new policies supporting it, and we entered into the formal contract. Sony specified that policy approximately 2 months later.
And part of that, of course, was the provision in that contract that provided if the cross-play equation skewed one way, that Sony would be entitled to more than 30%, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, Epic has made some payments to Sony under that provision, hasn't it?
Yes.
Now, while Sony finally agreed to cross-platform play, it has never agreed to permit cross-wallet transactions, correct?
That's correct.
Up to this very day, correct?
Yes.
Even as a partial owner of Epic Games, correct?
Yes.
And so it's for the PlayStation, V-Bucks bot within the PlayStation Store cannot be used outside of the PlayStation, correct?
That's right.
And similarly, V-Bucks bought outside of the PlayStation Store cannot be used inside the PlayStation version of Fortnite, correct?
Correct.
Now, Nintendo, maker of the Switch, also refuses to permit cross-wallet functionality, correct?
Yes.
So with the Nintendo Switch, players cannot use V-Bucks purchased outside of the Nintendo transaction platform on Switch, correct?
Correct.
And as the Switch, Nintendo will not let V-Bucks purchased from or through the Nintendo transaction platform to be used on any other gaming device, correct?
I'm not sure if Nintendo prohibits that, but Epic does not support it.
Okay, so that doesn't happen in any event on Nintendo Switch, correct?
Correct.
But Apple has never imposed any restrictions on cross-wallet transactions, correct?
No.
Now, Mr. Sweeney, in your opinion, console makers generally do exercise a monopoly on distribution of purely digital games with respect to their platforms, right?
Generally, I'm aware of one exception.
Okay. One exception to that monopoly?
I understand that Nintendo allows Switch games to be sold by at least one third-party retailer digitally.
Other than that one exception, you believe that the console makers generally do exercise a monopoly on distribution of purely digital games with respect to their platforms, right?
Yes.
New topic. Mr. Sweeney, you're familiar with an organization called the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences?
Yes.
It's an organization with about 30,000 members. That sounds right to you?
I'm sorry, I don't know the membership.
Haven't made the count lately, I understand. That's an organization of video game industry professionals, though, isn't it?
Yes.
And every year, it holds an event called the DICE Summit.
Yes.
And DICE, as I understand it, stands for Design, Innovate, Communicate, and Entertain.
Sorry, I don't know.
Well, I guess I've researched that one a little harder than you have, sir. But that academy does have a Hall of Fame, correct?
Yes.
And in 2012, you were inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, right?
Yes.
Belated congratulations. And you were honored at the summit that year, weren't you?
Yes.
And you gave a speech?
Yes.
And the topic or title of that speech was Technology and Gaming in the Next 20 Years. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the title.
Would you agree the subject matter was about the future of gaming?
I'm not certain. I have given at least 2 talks at DICE summits. I'm not sure I'm recalling which is which.
Fair enough. Well, sir, Exhibit 3768 is a transcript that we had generated from the video of the speech that you gave the year that you were inducted into the Hall of Fame, which was 2012. Your Honor, we do have that video on a thumb drive for the record, and we would like to play a brief excerpt from that, which is at page 26, lines 1 to 23 of the transcript that is with the court.
Okay, and this is 3768?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. Yeah.
At the same time, we have a lot of platforms coming together.
Could you wait?
Tablet platform.
I'm trying to figure out what the court reporter is going to do here. At first, I thought it would be easy, but what I'd like to do is relieve the court reporter of her obligation to transcribe, given how fast it sounds like he is talking, and the parties are instructed to provide the court reporter with that portion of the transcript. She will append that portion of the transcript to the end of the trial transcript. Any objection?
None here, Your Honor.
All right. Court reporters,
No objection.
court reporters relieved. All right. You may proceed.
Let me start over, Matt.
And at the same time, we have a lot of platforms coming together. There are the tablet platforms, there are the smartphone platforms and computers, PC and Macintosh, and then there are consoles, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Wii, and some new handheld dedicated gaming devices, and God knows what else. There's just too many platforms. And we're seeing now iPad sales have surpassed the sales of desktop PCs. Right? That's a real revelation to me. This is a product that wasn't invented until a few years ago, and it's basically supplanting the personal computer industry as we know it. Over time, these platforms will be winnowed down into a much smaller set of competing platforms. There might be one or two, maybe three winners worldwide across everything: computers, game platforms, smartphones. So we should expect a lot of consolidation here, and winners and losers according to who picks the right directions and executes successfully on them.
And Mr. Sweeney, first of all, you recognize this as a speech that you gave at DICE?
Yes, I now remember the context. This is exactly the speech I gave that year.
Thank you, sir. And in 2012, in that speech, you stated that, in your view, there were too many gaming platforms, correct?
Are you going to use those words?
Let's go ahead and take a look at page 26 of Exhibit 3768. You say at line 8, this is too many platforms. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree now that in this speech you said that there were too many platforms as of 2012?
Yes.
And you were referring to gaming platforms, correct?
I think I was referring to computing platforms.
Yeah. And you believed that the field of these platforms would sort itself out through competition, correct?
Yes.
What the slide behind you in that speech referred to as the platform war, true?
Yes.
Today, just as in 2012, there are smartphone platforms, correct?
Yes.
And PCs.
Yes.
And Macs.
Yes.
Various gaming consoles, correct?
Yes.
And some handheld gaming devices as well.
Yes.
And, of course, the tablets that kind of amazed you back in 2012 are now everywhere, true?
Yes, they're far more common now.
And they're not just iPads, as you talked about in your 2012 speech, are they?
Where Android and Microsoft Windows tablets also.
So things like Microsoft Surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when we say Android, we really mean to cover a whole broad number of tablets generated or created by other companies, correct?
Yes.
Such as Samsung's Galaxy Tabs, true?
Yes.
And there's the Amazon Fire, correct?
I'm not familiar with the Amazon Fire.
And Lenovo has smart tabs.
I'm not sure.
And of all these various computing platforms that we just talked about, today, almost everyone has more than one of these devices in their home, correct?
Well, certainly not. There are, I think, more people in the world than any consumer computing devices, in my understanding.
All right, sir, but let's stick within the United States and talk about people that play Fortnite. You believe that people that play Fortnite tend to have access to more than one computing device, correct?
I think some do.
A significant percentage, true?
I don't know the percentage.
You don't know what? The percentage? Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Sweeney, before we move on to the next topic, I just wanted to make sure we have a clear record. Apple does, and going back now to Apple's policy regarding cross-wallet transactions, you would agree, wouldn't you, that Apple has never restricted cross-wallet play at any time while Fortnite was on iOS? True?
My recollection is that Apple policy didn't mention cross-wallet transactions until sometime in late 2018. And prior to that, I think the guidelines were silent on it, but in all of our discussions with Apple, Apple was fine with cross-wallet transactions.
And from March 2018 forward, Apple's permitted cross-wallet transactions on iOS for Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the ways that all of these different platforms compete in the gaming area is through the tools that they offer developers, correct?
I don't think that these platforms compete to limited and different extents among each other. They each offer tools.
Yeah. Now, as a member of the Apple Developer Program, Epic had access to the developer tools that were developed by Apple, right?
Yes.
And as we discussed yesterday, Unreal Engine still does, correct?
Yes.
And Unreal Engine uses those tools to assist developers in creating apps that can be used in the iOS environment, correct?
Yes.
And since joining the Apple Developer Program in 2010, Epic has worked with thousands of different Apple APIs and tools, right?
Referring to individual function calls within these APIs, I believe so.
And one example of those APIs is one called Metal, right? Are you familiar with Metal?
Yes.
And that is one of the APIs that Epic has used?
Yes.
That's a graphics API?
Yes.
And it contributed to Epic's ability to efficiently build a top-quality iOS version of... Yes. Do you need me to slow down? Okay. No worries, no worries. And the API called Metal contributed to Epic's ability to efficiently build a top-quality version of Fortnite for iOS, right?
Yes.
And if you could look, please, sir, at Exhibit 3098.
DX 3098.
Your Honor, apologies. DX 3098. Your Honor, while Mr. Sweeney is looking at that, could I please move DX 3768 into evidence?
Any objections?
Mr. Dice,
That's a
Yes.
speech.
Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
I submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Sweeney, have you had an opportunity to review Exhibit DX3098?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as an internal email string at Epic?
Yes.
From May 2018?
Yes.
And the ray line is quotes for WWDC. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does WWDC stand for?
Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference.
And this May 11th, 2018 email is just weeks after the public launch of Fortnight on iOS, correct?
Yes.
Perhaps days.
Yes.
And Apple asked if Epic would be willing to provide a quote about its impressions of metal for use at Apple's WWDC, correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 1, carrying over to page 2, there's an email from you on May 9 where you say more, and then at the top there's a paragraph in italics. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that?
I think I did.
Good. And what you wrote here, Mr. Sweeney, is metal gave us the injection of performance required for shipping the full Fortnite, Battle Royale experience on iOS quickly with no compromises. Does that mean compromises?
Yes, this is a misspelling.
Sure. And then you go on to say, porting a game built for high-end gaming consoles to iOS was a greatly superior experience with Metal than OpenGL. Correct?
Yes.
And did you mean that when you wrote that?
Absolutely.
And what is OpenGL?
OpenGL is a multi-platform graphics API.
And OpenGL can be used to or was being used at that time in particular for graphics on Android devices?
Yes, and previously, before Metal, it was used on iOS devices.
So this was an improvement created by Apple through its innovation that benefited Epic, correct?
Yes.
And OpenGL was also used on other platforms during this period aside from Android devices, true?
Yes.
And Metal was superior to OpenGL no matter what platform OpenGL was being used on, true?
At this time, I believe Metal only existed on iOS. So it could not be compared on other platforms.
And if we go back to the exhibit, sir, Josh Adams includes then a second quote immediately above yours on page 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Adams?
He is a senior programmer at Ebit Lines.
And Mr. Adams' quote says, "We've been making use of Metal on iOS since its release in 2014 to great effect. A fast, agile, feature-rich API like Metal is exactly what we need to bring a game designed for modern consoles and desktops to the battery-powered iPhone and iPad. As a developer, it blows away OpenGL in every way. We were able to get Fortnite ship-ready on iOS in a handful of months as we weren't hindered by graphics." Now, do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
And in fact, immediately above that, you wrote on May 9th, "I like yours the best. Let's give both to Apple and let them mix and match and attribute as they like." That's what you said in response to Mr. Adams?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, like his quote, the best?
Yes.
And Mr. Sweeney, I would like to show you what has been marked. Let me back up. Now, I'm not sure if I have done this, so let me do this now. I would ask to move DX3098 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And, Your Honor, I would next like to show the witness DX4036. 4036. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sweeney, I have handed you what has been marked as Exhibit DX4036. Have you had a chance to review it? Of course.
Yes.
Do you recognize this to be an email exchange between you and Mr. Spencer at Microsoft in January 2018?
Yes.
And in the bottom email on January 9th, you write to Mr. Spencer, stating in the second paragraph, "We're bringing Fortnite Battle Royale to iOS and Android in late February." Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, as you already told us, it went into beta testing in March, correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, not a dumbed-down version, but the full experience, correct?
Yes.
And was that a true statement when you made it to Mr. Spencer in January 2018?
Yes.
And in the next paragraph, in the second sentence, you said, "We want to work with Microsoft to unblock all console-mandated interop restrictions in time for this launch. I'm confident we'll achieve this with the other guys, and at any rate, platforms that block interop will be siloed." Again, does this refer to Microsoft's hesitance to provide the cross-platform play that you knew that Apple was about to?
Okay, can you repeat that?
Sure. Was this a reference to Microsoft's current unwillingness to agree to cross-platform play?
Microsoft's position at this time was ambiguous. Microsoft did not have a very clear position. They often spoke publicly in support of cross-platform. I think like to eliminate the ambiguity with Microsoft of other cross-platform policies.
And part of that ambiguity was it wasn't happening, correct?
Correct, it wasn't happening.
And so you wanted to solve the ambiguity by getting them to agree to do it, correct?
Yes.
And you used the fact that Apple was bringing a version of Fortnite online on iOS to motivate Microsoft to permit cross-platform, correct?
Epic was bringing Fortnite to iOS.
Thank you. If I misspoke, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. That you agree?
Yes.
And you knew that that would motivate Microsoft because it did not want to be less relevant by being cut out of cross-platform play that included platforms like iOS, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, in Mr. Spencer's email at the top, in the fourth paragraph, he states, "Net is, I want to work this through with you. I wish we had more time to work through the iOS and Android scenario. Sounds like we basically have 2 to 3 weeks. I don't know how we get ahead of this in the future. I think we've been partners on Fortnite, so hopefully we can collaborate on roadmaps more going forward." And in fact, Mr. Spencer was concerned about how to coordinate with you in light of the iOS launch that was coming up in a few weeks, correct?
Yes.
So I would ask you, please, just to turn back to Exhibit DX3125 for a moment. You'll recall that this is the email from June 2018 in which you are asking Sony to agree to cross-platform play, correct?
Yes.
It's the email in which you said, frankly, we do not believe Sony's position is even legal.
Yes.
And I'd ask you to turn to the last paragraph of that email, the very first email you sent in this chain, where you state, we urge Sony to find a way to enable this in a positive partnership and to join Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Nintendo as stewards of platforms enabling all customers to play together with all of their friends. That's something that you wrote to Mr. Rosenberg in June 2018, correct?
Yes.
And that was your view of the relevant different transaction platforms for Fortnight regarding cross-platform play, correct?
This is the set of platforms in which Fortnight wanted to support or did support cross-platform play.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, are you familiar with a publication, I believe it's an online publication called Eurogamer?
Yes.
And what is Eurogamer?
It's a website, possibly with an accompanying magazine covering the topic of gaming in Europe, I believe focused on console and PC.
And have you been interviewed by Eurogamer in the past?
Yes.
And if you could please take a look at exhibit DX3199. And this is a version of Eurogamer from March 21, 2019.
Yes.
And sir, do you remember giving the interview reflected in this version of Eurogamer?
I need a minute.
Of course.
Yes, I generally remember it.
Okay. And first of all, Your Honor, I would move exhibit DX3199 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And
Mr. Sweeney, in the initial paragraph, the interviewer makes clear that one of the topics to be addressed in the interview is the Epic Games Store. But he also asks in the first question, the big talking point this week has been Google Stadia. You've obviously been briefed and are very involved in it. What's your take on it? And Google Stadia was a streaming service that was launched around March 2019, correct?
My question is it was announced in that time frame, but was not publicly available.
Thank you. And in your response, you say, I'm very excited. Unreal Engine fully supports it. We've been working with them on a technical capacity on this for a very long time. It's exciting to put 10 teraflops of computing power in front of every device of every size in the world. Is that a statement that you made in this interview in 2019?
Yes.
And you're referring to the fact that a streaming device or a streaming service functioning well can give even a small device extraordinary computing power since it's playing games off of a remote server, correct?
Yes, it enables any device to connect to a server with a lot of computing power.
And if you go down, please, to, and also, I'm sorry, sir, in Unreal Engine, your other company with the game engine was actually working on the technical capacity with Google, correct?
Yes.
And does it continue to work with Google on Stadia?
Yes.
You've been making progress over the last couple of years?
I'm the only thing that's been continually supporting Stadia.
And if we go down, sir, to the next statement, you state, we live in a multi-platform, multi-ecosystem world now. Is that a statement you made in 2019?
Yes.
And do you agree with that statement today?
Yes.
And you state we see heavy Fortnight engagement across multiple platforms, all these different stores and platforms. They need to connect together and support players playing across their favorite devices in their different ways. Is that a statement you made in 2019?
Yes.
And do you still agree with that statement today?
Totally.
And going down, sir, below the box, you see it says, the state of gaming changes over time, right? And we're all going to have to keep up. Is that a statement you made in 2019?
Yes.
And do you still agree with that statement today?
Yes.
Digital gaming is a very dynamic world, isn't it?
It changes over time.
And then, do you also agree, sir, that a great game will succeed wherever it's sold?
I recall that statement, but I don't remember the context in which I made it.
Well, if you look down here, sir, you're asked, it's encouraging for those looking to join the store too, I'm sure, referring to the Epic Game Store, correct?
Sorry, where are we?
The bottom of the first page of Exhibit 3199. The very last question and answer on that page.
Here I am referring to competition among PC game stores, yes.
And Mr. Sweeney, you say that visitors that your store had proves not that Epic Store is awesome, it's that games come first and that a great game will succeed wherever it's sold. It proves that developers have the real power in the industry and that where developers go, customers will go with them. Was that a statement that you made in 2019?
Yes.
And is that a statement you still agree with today?
Yes, in the context of the PC game and business.
I don't think I understand what you mean by that. So are you saying that great games in some other context will not succeed or will not drive success?
No, I was referring to competition among PC game stores, the Epic Game Store and Steam. The competition I was referring to was competition for PC gamers, game customers across PC game stores.
So my question is, does that mean that the opposite is true in other contexts for gaming?
It varies by platform, rather.
So great games on different platforms, you would say that this does not apply. That your statement does not apply.
It's referring to customers.
I understand what you said you're referring to. My question is slightly different, given that you've made a distinction. So are you saying that your statement is not applicable in the other context that you've not identified?
I'm sorry, which statement precisely?
I can read it again,
That a great game will succeed wherever it's sold?
Mr. Sweeney, in a Zero Gamer interview in 2019, you stated that games come first and that a great game will succeed wherever it's sold. It proves that developers have the real power in the industry, that where developers go, customers will go with them. Now, that statement is not limited to PC games, is it?
The question I was answering was about the Epic Game Store's PC competing with other stores on PC. My statement that if the games that come first and that a great game will succeed wherever it's sold is my belief universally. My second statement, it proves that developers have the real power in the industry and that where developers go, customers will go with them. Specific to the PC industry, on iOS, developers can't go anywhere but the iOS store.
So in your opinion, though, if that games come first and that a great game will succeed wherever it's sold, that's a generally applicable statement, correct?
No.
In terms of game stores, Mr. Sweeney, you would agree that stores should be able to make their own decisions about the quality of apps and other attributes of the apps that should be permitted to their stores, correct?
To the extent they are freely competing with other stores, yes.
And in fact, what is on a particular store is part of the competitive landscape among different stores in which customers make decisions between stores based on the quality, selection, and other policies of stores, correct?
Yes.
How many games are in the Epic Game Store?
I think approximately 200 to 300.
And what percentage of those are paid download versus freemium versus free?
The large majority of games available on any day are paid games. There are several free games that are always free, and then each week we offer a new game free for just that week.
So the vast majority are paid download games, correct?
Yes.
How many premium games are there?
There are at least a handful.
How big is a handful, sir?
I'm sorry. I would estimate at least 10.
Thank you. I'd like to show you a slide from your opening statement, if I can. It's the one that identifies the various apps that I believe were described as non-gaming apps. Do you have that slide in front of you?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday on Direct that the Spotify app, the one on the left, that was the first non-gaming app, true?
I'm sorry, if I did, I was missing one, which is the Unreal Engine, which has been available on the Epic Game Store since inception.
That's the developer engine run by your other company, correct?
Yes.
Other than your developer engine, in terms of consumer-facing apps, the first non-game app was Spotify, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And that was, as I believe you said, a couple months ago?
Yeah, that's my recollection.
And in fact, Spotify is a member of something called the Coalition for App Fairness, true?
Yes.
And that's a coalition that you all created around the time that you launched the hotfix and filed this litigation?
Epic, Spotify, Match, and Tile formed the Coalition for App Fairness in, I believe, September or October of 2020.
And so, a couple months ago, you were able to get Spotify to come onto the Epic Game Store, true?
Yes.
One of your coalition members.
Yes.
And the next app is something called itch.io, correct?
Yes.
And that is that's a game store?
Yes.
And itch.io joined the Epic Game Store on April 22nd, correct?
I don't remember the precise date.
About 11 days ago.
Yes.
Was that before or after you flew to California for this trial?
And tell me which day of the week was that?
Oh, let's call it Thursday.
I think that was after.
Okay. And itch.io is now kind of a store within the game store, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, well, first of all, how many games are on itch.io?
I'm not certain, but my understanding is at least hundreds.
Have you looked at them all?
No.
Do you know what criteria itch.io uses to include new games on its site?
No.
You know the identity of the various developers who have put games on itch.io?
No.
Now, prior to itch.io, Epic had never had a store within its store, correct?
That's true with respect to software stores. You can Spotify and music store.
Okay. Now you're back to Spotify, right?
Yes.
And next on this opening graphic was iHeart. The iHeart was also added around April 22nd, correct?
Yes.
After you arrived in California for this trial, correct?
Yes.
And KinShape, that too was launched or on the Epic Game Store around April 22nd, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And Krita was also placed on the Epic Game Store on April 22nd, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And Brave was also placed on the App Store on April 22, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And it was important to you to get all of these transactions completed before this trial started, right?
Yes, that was one of my motivations to be that example.
Because you wanted to be able to have this slide shown in your opening statement, true?
I was not thinking about a slide at that point.
Just to be able to present this evidence to this court, right?
I wanted to, for Epic, to demonstrate that we welcomed apps and other stores on our store.
Mr. Sweeney, do you have any plans to change the name of the Epic Game Store to something other than the Game Store?
No, Epic Games is the name of a company. I don't plan to change it to something else.
You testified yesterday that you expect the Epic Game Store to be profitable in 3 to 4 years. Now, do you remember that testimony generally? Now, when you say profitable within 3 to 4 years, you don't mean to suggest that the amount the company has invested in minimum guarantees to various game developers will have been paid off, do you?
That was not what I had in mind. I was thinking of turning an operating profit year by year.
Because you actually expect to never recoup hundreds of millions of dollars of those minimum guarantees, correct?
That's not quite right. I don't expect to recoup those minimum guarantees from the sales of the games where we made the guarantees. We might recoup them from other profits later.
Okay, but so you expect to lose some hundreds of millions of dollars relative to the amount of minimum guarantees, correct?
Yes.
If you could please turn to the Exhibit 3818.
Hold on. Let me just Your Honor, there is an issue with confidential material from third parties that we've been alerted to in DX3818. And what I would ask is, to the extent that the document cannot be published, but can be used right now with Mr. Sweeney, and if he could be pointed to certain information, and perhaps Mr. Doran and I could talk afterwards about the specific information. I think that the questioning can proceed if Mr. Doran can just point Mr. Sweeney to the information, have him talk about it here in open court, and then we can work out the additional sort of publication of the document and release of the document publicly outside of this setting.
And I assume I can read the document out loud?
There are certain portions, Your Honor, that I've pointed to for Mr. Doran that I'd rather not be read out loud, but he can certainly talk to Mr. Sweeney about it and point the court to those portions by referring to a particular paragraph number and, in fact, the first word.
Your Honor, this is the first I've heard of this as to this document, and the language I was shown that raises this issue is in the second email from the top from Mr. Sweeney to his board member, copying his various internal executives regarding Epic Game Store's P&L. Now, either Epic Game Store is relevant to Epic Games, or we shouldn't be talking about it in this lawsuit, and he's talking about the ROI scenarios within Epic Game Store.
And, Your Honor, the issue is one that I apologize. We've only just been recently alerted to this issue.
I've received, I don't know what, 10 motions from third parties asking me to steal information. I've not received a request with respect to this document.
You have not received a request with respect to this document, Your Honor. It relates to Paradox, and that's the third party. It's not just an Epic within Epic about Epic. If that was the issue, that would not be why I'm standing up, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
It's because it reveals particular very sensitive information about a third-party deal, and we were only alerted to that issue this morning.
Your Honor, first of all, I had no intention to raise the name of that company, and I'm not the one using it now. I'm happy to speak generally in terms of the internal discussion within Epic about the impact of that deal on Epic, and I will not raise any of the specific terms in relation to that minimum guarantee. We're just taking it at a conceptual level here.
I think that's fine. My rulings on these topics have been with respect to third parties' current as opposed to historical information. I have been stealing revenue share numbers. I have indicated in at least one order, and the draft order that I'm working on right now during breaks, that general references to this information I will not seal. So, to the extent you want to talk about a particular number, I have the document in front of me. Those particular numbers should not be published because we have press in the room, and I would stay away from any specific numbers. Again, if it's current, this is about a 2-year-old document, or any kind of specialized negotiated terms, I've tried to be sensitive to those issues. But otherwise, let's try to proceed.
Your Honor, may I just raise one more point, which is after documents are used in testimony, they are released into this thing called the box. And I would ask if we could just also have those same parameters that Your Honor has indicated with regard to the numbers be applied to the documents released.
I need to do that specifically, Ms. Forrest. That's not your call, that's my call.
I understand. May I have time to present something to Your Honor prior to its release into the box?
You have lunch.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, do you recognize Exhibit 3818 as an internal Epic email stream which leads off? In other words, the first email on the first page is from September 14th, 2019, from San Fan to Steve Allison.
Yes.
And if you could please, sir, if you could turn back to the first email in the chain, which begins at the very bottom of page 3, September 13, 2019 email from Steve Allison. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Allison is the general manager of the Epic Game Store?
Yes.
And Mr. Allison will be joining us here later this week?
Yes.
And Mr. Allison here is laying out the terms of a proposed minimum guarantee transaction, correct?
Yes.
And this receives a response from a David Wallerstein. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Wallerstein is a board member of Epic Games?
Yes.
He's one of the 2 board members from Tencent, correct?
Yes.
In one of the 2 seats that they received with their approximately 40% investment in the company?
Yes.
And if you could look down, please, about halfway down the page, do you see the entry from Mr. Wallerstein saying, of course, comma, reviewing this request?
We're on page 3 of the document, or the third page.
And it's actually just below the middle ring of your binder. It says, of course, reviewing this request would be helpful. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I understand the issue of trying to find your way through these emails. Mr. Sweeney, Mr. Wallerstein stated, of course, reviewing this request would be helpful if reviewed in the context of an overall financial model and strategic plan for EGS that shows how the large minimum guarantee outlays drive the business. You see that?
Yes.
And then, up at the top of that same page, he says, the focus below feels a bit more about the likelihood to recoup the minimum guarantee only, but we should also confirm the overall financial impact to Epic to service this relationship, and of course, the forecasted revenues and additional users that can come to Epic. Do you see that?
I heard it, but I'm sorry.
At the top of page 3, Friday the 13th, 2019, from Mr. Wallerstein. Thanks for the background.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I see that. Right.
And you agree that this is a statement from Mr. Wallerstein on September 13th, 2019?
Yes.
And then please turn to page 1, and this is where you weigh in, correct? On September 14th?
Yes.
A little before 6 in the morning Eastern, correct?
Yes.
And you state in the second paragraph of your email, obviously the direct ROI, is that return on investment?
Yes.
Obviously the direct ROI scenario here is super crappy. The long-term value is in bringing consumers into Epic's multi-game, multi-platform, social, and e-commerce system. Was that your view on the purpose of these minimum guarantees back in September 2019?
Yes.
Does that remain your view today?
Yes.
And then going down into the next paragraph, you say the complete future value of these deals is a function of new user LTV. Is that lifetime value?
Yes.
Comma, of the effect of new exclusive and non-exclusives on re-engaging lapsed store users, of extent to which third-party games drive Fortnight, and vice versa. And then you say, of the extent to which Epic's strategy can drive business model competition across platforms to benefit our own games and leverage the disruption to establish the leading cross-platform social ecosystem for gaming. And is that one of the main reasons why you entered into these minimum guarantees?
Yes.
And is that one of the main reasons why you opened the Epic Game Store in the first place?
Yes, we aspire to have a store on many platforms.
And then you refer to Xbox Live, PlayStation, and Steam, and you state that these platforms are all locked to, or games are all locked to one platform in those entities. Is that right?
Yes.
And if I could ask you, please, sir, to look at Exhibit 4361. Tell me when you have that.
I'm there.
Excellent. And do you recognize this to be an Epic Game Store deck regarding a review of performance and strategy for the store that was created for a presentation on October 25, 2019?
Yes.
And if you could please turn, sir, to page 020, page 20.
Yes.
And this shows a 5-year P&L and user forecast, correct?
Yes.
And this is a 5-year forecast as of October 2019, correct?
This is multiple versions of forecasts.
One being an aggressive pursuit model, correct?
Yes.
And what is an aggressive pursuit model?
This was Epic very heavily investing in the business to promote growth.
And the other being the winding down model, correct?
Yes, this was looking at the worst case scenario where the store fails and we just have to pay out minimum guarantees despite that.
All right. So let's look first at the aggressive pursuit model, and I will drive straight to the bottom line here. If we look down to the...
Brian, I'm going to stop you for a moment. I don't have that document. I'm going to get it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
4361.
You can hand one up if you'd like. DX, Your Honor. 4361. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, on page .020 of Exhibit 4361, I'd ask you to look, please, at the EBIT lines for these two scenarios. Do you see those lines?
Yes.
And what is EBIT?
Earnings before interest and tax.
Okay. And this shows, this tracks earnings, if you will, these estimated earnings, both on an annual basis across these years from 2019 to 2027, and on a cumulative projected basis, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, how the company, the store is projected to do each year, and then how the store is projected to have done, taken together over the years, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at those lines, we see that when we get out to 2024, under the aggressive pursuit model, that is the first year where a profit is projected, correct?
Yes.
But the cumulative, and that is a profit of, is that $15 million?
Yes.
But it was also projected that as of 2024, the cumulative earnings of the company would be a negative $854 million.
Yes, that's the cumulative earnings of this store.
The cumulative earnings will be negative $854 million, correct?
Yes.
And if we then track out what is called here as the flow from prior years to 2025, 2026, and 2027, by 2027, the store is still estimated to be in a cumulative negative state of a loss of $719 million, correct? And the estimated earnings for that year standing alone, is only $5 million, correct? Yes. And then if we look over at the winding down model, we see that if we go out to 2024, that is the first year where there is a projected profit, a positive amount of money for operations for that year alone, correct? Yes. That's $36 million? Yes. And there would still be a cumulative loss under the winding down model of $654 million, correct? Yes. And if we go out to 2027, we see that the cumulative loss would be $642 million, correct? Yes. And of course, these numbers don't include any of the unallocated costs and expenses we talked about before, correct? For example, any of the shared technology development that may benefit the store. I need a minute.
I'm not sure that's correct. There's a people cost running into the tens of millions of dollars in this model. So I think the finance team may have attempted to do some cost attribution.
So, Mr. Sweeney, are you saying that there may be a headcount costs in here?
Yes.
Okay.
A line called people.
So among the expenses that are included in these forecasts are the headcount expenses specific to the store, correct?
I don't know what the finance team was referring to when they wrote people here.
But there are no engineering costs in here anywhere, are there?
I don't know whether engineering costs are included in people.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, let's talk for a few minutes. And you're
Okay, can I just make sure our record is clear? Are you moving forward?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would have gotten there eventually. Can I please move, first of all, BX3818 into evidence, if I haven't done that?
You haven't. So 3818 is admitted, but we'll wait until I hear from Ms. Forrest after lunch.
And I'd also move to admit exhibit BX4361.
I see no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
4361 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, you testified yesterday that by the spring of 2020 you had initiated Project Liberty, correct?
You were in the planning and preparation phases at that point.
Okay, and by that time you had hired your lawyers who helped you implement that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And those are the lawyers who represented you in this lawsuit?
Yes.
And you also, in the spring, you hired a public relations firm, correct?
Yes.
And by May 2020, you had settled on your strategy regarding the hot fix, correct?
At that point, we had a plan of record that was plan of record that included the hot fix.
And so if you could please take a look at exhibit 4419, DX 4419. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this to be an internal Epic email chain from May 11th, 2020?
Yes.
And the first email at the top of the first page is actually from a gentleman named Mark Rain, correct?
Yes.
And he's the co-founder of Epic Games?
Yes, he joined Epic in 1992.
And he owns about 4% of the company?
Thereabouts.
And if we could go back, please, to the first email in this chain from May 11th at 11:25 a.m. is from Daniel Vogel. Who is Mr. Vogel?
Daniel Vogel is Epic's Chief Operating Officer.
And Mr. Vogel states, making sure we are all in alignment on approach and what to focus our limited mind share on. And then he goes on to say, the critical dependency on going live with our V-Bucks price reduction efforts is finding the most effective way to get Apple and Google to reconsider without us looking like the baddies. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you agree with Mr. Vogel that that was a critical issue related to Project Liberty?
I was focused on various other things.
Okay, you were leaving this to Mr. Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer.
He played a major role in the planning of the price drop.
Thank you. Now we go on to say, he goes on to say, here is my understanding of the plan. We submit a bill to Google and Apple with the ability to hotfix on our payment method that passes the savings on to customers. We flip the switch when we know we can get by without having to update the client for 3 weeks or so. Our message is about passing on price savings to players. Google and Apple will immediately pull the build for new players and potentially take an even more aggressive stance. And first of all, you agree with Mr. Vogel about what the plan regarding the hotfix was as of May 11, 2020, correct?
Yes, that's the plan pertaining to the hotfix.
Okay. And the point in flipping the switch at a point where there would be 3 weeks until an update was that even after the direct pay option had been implemented, it would remain in place for players, and they would be able to continue playing cross-platform because they would be on the same version as other players on other platforms, correct?
Yes.
But after Fortnight was updated and the version on iOS remained the previous version because Apple had pulled it, the players on iOS would no longer be able to interact with other platforms. Correct.
Apple and Google brought Fortnite, which I was not certain would happen.
Mr. Vogel was there, wasn't
he? Mr. Vogel was here second.
And your email on page 1 from May 11th at 12:44 p.m. It's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Let me know when you see that.
Yeah.
And you say, hi, Ed, and you're referring now to Ed Zobrist in the email below?
Yeah.
Who is Mr. Zobrist?
An Epic executive involved in our mobile gaming strategy.
And you say, hi, Ed, I don't seem to be invited to a Wednesday meeting. Please add me to all meetings on the topic. Please keep me in the loop on this topic 100%. Please feel free to come to me directly in email or otherwise anytime to get clarification on anything. Otherwise, it heads off the rails and I have to fix it and undo a bunch of work. You're referring now to your general efforts as the leader of the Project Liberty initiative, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday we discussed with your counsel that on June 30th, 2020, Epic sent an email to Tim Cook, Bill Schiller, Craig Federighi, and Matt Fisher, correct?
Yes.
And that was also the same day that Epic renewed its developer program license agreement, wasn't it?
I'm not aware. I'm aware that we renewed our agreement in June sometime.
You are aware that Epic renewed its developer program license agreement in June 2020 within hours, days, or weeks of sending this email, correct?
Yes.
And let's turn back to Exhibit 4477.
It is amendment 4419.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to admit 4419.
Seeing no objection,
No objection, Your Honor.
admitted.
Mr. Sweeney, have you managed to locate 4477?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Mr. Sweeney, just a couple quick comments on this since you did address it yesterday. But in your email, after setting out your two demands for competing payment processing options and also a competing Epic Game Store app available through the iOS App Store and through direct installation that has equal access to the underlying operating system features for software installation and update as the iOS App Store itself has. Let me pause there. Those are the two things you were asking for on June 30th, 2020, correct?
And also that we hope that Apple will make these options available to all iOS developers.
Well, we'll get there. But the two items you were demanding are set out at the top under items 1 and 2, correct?
These are the options. These are the capabilities I said Epic would like to offer. Capabilities that we would like to offer consumers.
And Mr. Sweeney, after saying that you hope that Apple will also make these options equally available to all iOS developers, in the next paragraph, you note that in order for Epic to have these two capabilities, Apple would need to provide a side letter or alter its contracts and standards documents to remove such restrictions to allow Epic to provide a competing app store and competing payment processing option to iOS customers. That's what you said on June 30th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you went on to say, please confirm within 2 weeks if Apple agrees in principle to allow Epic to provide a competing app store and competing payment processing, in which case we will meet with your team to work out the details. Correct? That's what you said on June 30th, 2020?
Yes.
By the way, Mr. Sweeney, if I look down further in that last paragraph, you state, if we do not receive your confirmation, we will understand that Apple is not willing to make the changes necessary to allow us to provide Android users with the option of choosing their App Store and payment processing system. Do you see that?
Yes, that's my typo.
Can I assume you sent the same email message to Google on June 30th, 2020?
Similar email to Google on that same day. A little bit too similar.
So that one you generally referred to Android rather than Apple, correct?
Yes.
And here you just missed changing Android to Apple in one instance, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is essentially a form demand letter, correct?
This was clearly customized to the specific policies of each platform, which differs.
Mr. Sweeney, if we could please look at Exhibit DX3774. Let me know when you're there, sir. And do you recognize Exhibit DX3774 as an update to the Board of Directors on Project Liberty dated July 27, 2020?
It's either the update we gave the board or a draft of it.
And if you would turn, please, sir, to page 2. 002. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And you state here that, and by the way, you are the chairman of the board of Epic Games, correct?
Yes.
And you state here that the time is now. Solve this problem before AR takes off, and that rate is set at 30%. Did I read that correctly at the bottom of the page?
Yes.
And AR is a reference to augmented reality?
Yes.
And that's a recent innovation in gaming?
I think it's a technology that's still in development in gaming.
Fair enough. So it's kind of the bleeding edge of gaming technology, correct?
Gaming and also consumer computing.
And in fact, Apple engineers are at the cutting edge of augmented reality, correct?
Apple, the robust AR SDK, as do several other companies.
And you're familiar then with Apple's AR kit?
Yes.
And in fact, Unreal Engine supports AR kit, correct?
Yes.
Meaning that it helps developers to work with it, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that Apple, through its innovations in AR, is going to be a meaningful participant in augmented reality gaming going forward, correct?
I expected Apple to be a significant AR market participant in the future.
And yesterday, you testified in response to a question that revenue for Epic Games in 2020 was up. Do you recall that testimony generally?
Yes.
But you weren't asked anything about 2019, were you?
No.
And Epic's revenue in 2019 was down from 2018, correct?
Yes.
And while it was up in 2020, it was not back up to 2018 levels, was it?
At what point in time?
Let's go year over year, sir.
Sorry, I'm not certain of Epic's 2018 revenues.
You are certain, though, aren't you, sir, that 2020 received a particularly historically unique pop because of the pandemic?
Yes.
Lots of people at home looking to do things, correct?
Yes.
So lots of people playing digital video games like Fortnight, correct?
Lots of people were playing Fortnite.
Yes. And if you would go back, please, to exhibit PX2463. This was a document used with you by Epic's counsel.
Before.
Yeah, it was not in the binder I've handed you. It would have been provided by your counsel yesterday.
So did you give him that document?
I have not handed it up. I'm about to. I have another copy for the court here. Yeah, Coach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was previously admitted.
Mr. Sweeney, now that I provided it to you, do you have exhibit PX2463 in front of you?
Yes.
And just go down, please, to on the first page of that exhibit, under the highlights section. Do you see that?
Yes.
States that total gross revenue in the second quarter of 2019 was $1.1 billion, down 27% year over year. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And this information from Mr. Babcock would be accurate information, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Who's Mr. Babcock?
He was Epic's CFO at the time.
And when does Epic's second quarter end?
End of June.
And if you would turn to page 2, please, under Q3 Outlook, or 3/2/19 Outlook. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first bullet point states, we currently expect Fortnight to generate $802 million in gross revenue in 3Q19, 28% lower than our initial forecast of 1.1 billion. Do you see that statement?
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect Epic's expectations about 3Q19 as of the date of this document?
Yes.
Now, Epic submitted the code that ultimately facilitated the hotfix on August 3rd, 2020. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the date, but I remember the general content, yes.
Very early August, correct?
To my knowledge.
And it was reviewed and uploaded within 24 hours by Apple, correct?
I don't know.
But you do know that the nature of the build and the hidden code was not disclosed to Apple, correct?
Correct.
And the day after it was approved, you sent a note to Microsoft, didn't you?
I remember the timing. I remember I sent an email to Phil Spencer.
Let's take a look at that email, please. It is Exhibit DX4579. Very back of your binder.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sweeney, do you recognize Exhibit DX4579 to be an email from you to Mr. Spencer on August 5, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 4579 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
In the third paragraph of Exhibit 4579, you state that Epic has certain plans for August that will provide an extraordinary opportunity to highlight the value proposition of consoles and PCs in contrast to mobile platforms and to onboard new console users. That's a statement you made to Mr. Spencer on August 5, 2020, correct?
Yes.
You then go on to say, while I can't share details with any third party at this point, I give you Epic's assurance that our efforts will be positive and supportive of Microsoft Xbox, and Windows, correct?
Yes.
And you're referring here to the hotfix, aren't you?
Referring to Epic Point to Project Liberty.
Yeah. And you believe that it would make consoles and PCs appear to present a better value proposition to users in contrast to mobile platforms, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that would be an important thing for Mr. Spencer to know, correct?
Yes.
That he would be pleased with that?
I think I was presenting it as an opportunity to Microsoft.
And you also talk about it providing him the opportunity to onboard new console users, correct?
Yes.
And then 2 days later, you kind of reminded Mr. Spencer about what was about to happen, didn't you?
Not sure.
Let's take a look, please, at Exhibit 3478. Yeah, when you there, sir?
Yes.
And do you recognize this to be an email exchange between you and Mr. Spencer on August 6th and August 7th of 2020?
Yes.
And in an email on August 7th, you respond to Mr. Spencer's message and you say, totally understood. I gather there's a lot going on at Microsoft nowadays. You stated that, correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, anyway, you'll enjoy the upcoming fireworks show. And that's a reference to Project Liberty, isn't it?
Yes.
And the fireworks show happened on August 13th, 2020, correct?
Figuratively, yes.
Figuratively. That was when, figuratively, the flip was switched on the hotfix, correct?
No, literally.
That was literal. All right. The hotfix was implemented.
Yes.
And the direct pay function was put in place within Fortnight on iOS.
Yes.
And you notified Apple around 2 a.m. Pacific time on August 13th, correct?
Yes.
And we've already seen that document, haven't we?
Yes.
That was the first time that Apple was ever told of Epic's plans, correct?
Yes.
After it had been implemented, right?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. I believe the notification was roughly simultaneous with implementation.
Thank you. And after the hotfix was triggered, you launched a PR campaign, correct?
After the hotfix was triggered, Epic announced the Fortnite Mega Drop price drop.
And you also announced the free Fortnite Cup, correct?
We did that after Apple had bought Fortnite from iOS.
Well, so after the hotfix was implemented, you initiated the free Fortnite Cup, correct?
Chronologically, that is true.
And you also launched a campaign around something that says hashtag free Fortnite, right?
Yes.
And you had your graphics folks put together some caricatures of related to Apple, correct?
Epic put together a short video film called 1980 Fortnite, campaigning Apple and its policies. 1980 Fortnite, satirizing Apple and its policies.
And that was posted on August 13th, correct?
Yes, after Apple bought Fortnite.
So on August 13th, the hotfix was triggered, the lawsuit was filed, the video was posted, correct?
All those things happened on that date.
Let's please take a look at Exhibit 3724.
Assuming no objection,
Yes,
3478 is admitted.
Please move. Excuse me.
DX, we have only one piece of an objection to DX 3478, Your Honor. It's to the bottom portion of the email. There's a couple of statements from Mr. Spencer. They would be hearsay if they're being used for a non-hearsay use, and there would be no objection.
So stipulated, Your Honor. And since I stammered there a little bit, Your Honor, I'll just formally move 3478 into evidence, please.
I thought that's what we were talking about.
I was trying to do. And Mr. Sweeney, do you have Exhibit 3724 in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize this to be an article that you posted on your website on August 20, 2020?
Yes, Epic did.
And it's entitled Join the Battle and Play in the Free Fortnite Cup on August 23, correct?
Yes.
And if you look, please, on the second page of this, and by the way, this is another caricature of the artwork here that refers to Apple, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the first full paragraph on the second page, you state that if you're left behind on iOS after the Chapter 2 Season 4 launch, the party continues on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PC, Mac, GeForce Now, and through both the Epic Games app and the Samsung Galaxy Store, correct?
Yes.
And you're inviting people or suggesting to people who played on iOS devices that they could move over to any one of these other platforms to continue to play Fortnite and to pay for in-app purchases, correct?
With respect to the first part, yes. Just making a reference to in-app purchases.
Well, so certainly players could make in-app purchases on each of those platforms, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn, please, to page 6, and you state Do you only play Fortnite on mobile and are worried about not being able to play Chapter 2, Season 4? Here's a couple things you can do. And then you provide step-by-step instructions on how people can play on other devices than their iOS device, correct? And you state in paragraph 2 that iOS players should check this list of alternative Fortnite-compatible devices. You may already have access to another way to play Fortnite. If so, simply install the game and log in with your Epic account to get up and running, correct?
Yes.
And you were telling them that because you knew that that was relevant to a lot of Epic game players, correct?
I think we're just helping our customers find a way to continue playing.
And Mr. Sweeney, in December 2020, Epic began to sell V-Bucks on its own website. True?
I don't remember the date. No, we do know.
And that's been going on for the last several months, whether December 2020 or some other starting date, correct?
Yes.
That was not going on as of August 13th, 2020. True?
That's right.
iOS players never had the option of purchasing V-Bucks directly from the Epic website, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So currently, though, anyone with access to a web browser can buy V-Bucks from the Epic website, right?
Yes.
And we talked about friction of transactions and things, but if you go in and you buy V-Bucks on the Epic website and put them in your V-Buck account, you then have cash on hand, if you will, when you go in and play your next game, correct?
Yes, with the exception of PlayStation and Nintendo Switch.
Because they still won't let V-Bucks purchased even from your website onto their platforms, correct?
Correct.
Now today, an iPhone user can use the Safari browser on their iPhone to go in and buy V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
And those V-Bucks will be waiting for them when those players go onto their Xbox to play Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
And Apple doesn't earn any commission on those transactions, right?
Correct.
Because they take place outside of the App Store, correct?
Yes.
So if Fortnite were still on the iPhone, those players would have the option of making those very same transactions to purchase those very same V-Bucks to recharge their very same Fortnite account, but then play it on their phone, correct?
Yes, they'd have that capability.
Before you leave this topic, Mr. Dorn, why wasn't that an option before August of last year?
No, it wasn't a very attractive option to our customers to.
Did you have the technological ability to do it, or you hadn't programmed that yet?
Yes, we simply hadn't programmed it.
But it was an option for you. You just chose not to do it?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when Epic sells V-Bucks from its own website, it does not pay a commission to anyone, does it?
That's right.
And nonetheless, Epic sells V-Bucks on its website for the same price that it charges across all other platforms on which Fortnite is currently played and on which people can currently buy V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
All right, two documents, DX 3774 and 3724.
I move them both into evidence, Your Honor.
Any no objection, Ms. Ford?
Well, let me just, I'm sorry, Your Honor. 3774. 74. We have, there's one word that I want to talk to Mr. Doran about, just literally one word that before it goes up in the box, I'd like to ask if he and I could agree that it gets blacked out. We have no objection to the document otherwise being received into evidence.
I actually handle this the same way as the other document. Admit it now, will confer, and the court can decide.
That's fine. 3774 is admitted with that reservation. 3724,
No objection, Your Honor.
that's admitted.
And the same issue with the 3774, that it won't go up into the box until we convert. Thank you.
Okay, and again, I need to know by lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sweeney, you use an iPhone, correct?
Yes.
People have given you, particularly I would think a person in your position, people have given you Android devices, correct?
Yes.
And you've given those away, right?
Uh-huh.
You prefer the iPhone.
Yes.
You love the aesthetics of the hardware, true?
Yes.
You like the operating system, correct?
Many aspects of the operating system.
And you believe that the iPhone is a premium product, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that user privacy and security are fundamental competitive differentiators for Apple, correct?
Yes.
And you personally prefer to use iPhone because Apple's approach to maintaining your privacy, Mr. Sweeney, is superior to Google's, correct?
And that's among the reasons.
And among the reasons that you use an iPhone is because Apple's approach to customer data security is superior to Google's as well, correct?
Yes.
When I say Google, you understand I'm referring generally to Android devices, correct?
Yes.
And you value those qualities, the safeguarding of your privacy and your data, true?
Yes.
And if Apple were to compromise those fundamental differentiators, it would lose a significant competitive advantage over Android devices, wouldn't it?
I would need to know about the specific changes it would make to judge whether they would make the platform more or less competitive.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay. Correct. We'll go, Ms. Forrest, for another 8 minutes before our break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning.
Mr. Sweeney, you had mentioned yesterday that you founded Epic in 1991, or the predecessor company to Epic?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name of the entity that Epic became today?
It's now Ebit Lines Incorporated.
Okay. And what is the entity that is sued Apple today?
Ebit Lines Incorporated.
Does Epic Games Incorporated have any relationship to the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
What is that relationship?
We're the games developed in Unreal Engine.
And does the entity that sued Apple have any financial interest in the entity that owns the Unreal Engine?
Yes, it's all 100% owned.
And is the Unreal Engine distributed on iOS?
Facets of the Unreal Engine are distributed on iOS.
And for how long have facets of the Unreal Engine been distributed on iOS?
I believe for at least 2 years.
And are facets of the Unreal Engine currently distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Is there competitive gameplay in the facets of the Unreal Engine that are currently distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Let's talk about House Party. Does the entity that sued Apple here today own a company that owns House Party?
Yes.
And does the entity that sued Epic in this lawsuit have a financial interest in the subsidiary that owns House Party?
You mean sued Apple?
I'm sorry, that's wrong, Your Honor. Thank you. Does the entity that sued Apple have an interest in the subsidiary of Epic that owns House Party?
Yes.
Is House Party distributed on iOS?
Yes.
does House Party involve in competitive gameplay?
We include some casual social games as part of the experience, but primarily a video chat app.
And how long has House Party been distributed on iOS?
My understanding is for years.
All right. Mr. Doran asked you some questions about a 60-40 revenue split yesterday. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And there were questions about a publisher split of 60-40. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you describe to the court the difference between what a publisher revenue split means versus a distributor revenue split?
Certainly, publisher is a full-service entity that provides often development funding, funds the marketing of a game, manages the marketing of a game, and covers all of the costs of manufacturing and distribution. Whereas a distributor is generally a company that only facilitates distribution, meaning getting the physical product or visual product from the seller to the buyer.
And how does the cost structure of being a publisher relate, if at all, to the commission structure that a publisher, that Epic as a publisher has previously entered into?
Publishers generally bear the majority of the cost of all creation and distribution of a piece of software. So a publisher will have a significantly higher cost structure than a distributor. And the publisher royalty rate pays the developers, and the distributor commissions generally reflect that.
And specifically with respect to the companies that Epic has published games with reference to, and that Mr. Doran talked about yesterday with the 60-40 split, what services did Epic provide?
Epic, in many cases, provided funding for the development of the product. Epic created the marketing materials. Epic often ran advertisements. Epic covered and actually manufactured floppy disks and packages to send to customers. And Epic worked with distributors, third-party companies that helped to facilitate distribution of the software to users.
And are those services that Epic provided as publisher the same or different from the services that Epic provides in the Epic Game Store as distributor?
No, the services of Epic Game Store as a digital distributor are entirely different than the services Epic provides and has provided to developers as a publisher.
Yesterday you were asked about the Epic's interest, strike that. Mr. Doran asked you some questions about the rate of commissions that the console makers charge Epic. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what rate Microsoft charges any other company that distributes, for which it distributes games?
No, Epic is generally not privy to terms of Microsoft deals with companies other than Epic and our subsidiaries.
Do you know whether or not Microsoft charges any companies less than 30%?
No.
Do you know what rate of commission Nintendo charges any company other than Epic for the distribution of its apps?
No, Epic isn't privy to third-party Nintendo deals.
Do you know whether or not Nintendo charges any company less than 30%?
I don't know.
Do you know the terms of any commissions that Sony charges any other company other than Epic?
No, except for Epic subsidiaries.
Do you, putting aside any Epic entity, do you know the terms of any Sony commission structure with regard to third-party companies?
No.
Do you know whether or not Sony charges any company other than Epic or its subsidiaries less than 30%?
I don't know.
You discussed earlier that Apple does not negotiate the terms of its agreements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do the console makers negotiate terms of their agreements with Epic?
Yes.
Can you describe, let's just take Microsoft as an example. Describe generally the process by which some of that back and forth may occur.
There will be significant negotiations around a wide range of topics ranging from Microsoft marketing support of our product to technical issues and policy waivers.
And do those terms and conditions as a whole impact in any way the various terms of the commission structure?
Foundation.
You can answer with respect to Epic.
With regard to Epic.
As long as the terms Epic is negotiated at different times. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Do the negotiations that Epic has with the console makers as a whole impact the commission structure that Epic enters into with those console makers?
No, Epic has not negotiated commission structures, has never negotiated different commission structure with the console makers, to my knowledge.
Let me sort of ask the question differently. Does Epic negotiate a variety of terms and conditions with the console makers?
Yes.
And does Epic look at its agreements holistically with the console makers?
Yes.
Does Epic's holistic review of those agreements impact all of its decisions on the terms and conditions that will be acceptable to it?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Microsoft?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Nintendo?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Sony?
Yes.
That sounds like a good breaking point.
All right.
We'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. Here at 10:35. Okay, we are back on record. Record will reflect that Mr. Sweeney is on the stand. Resume your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, you were asked some questions yesterday about side-loading apps onto consoles. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the phrase general purpose device?
Yes.
Is a console a general purpose device?
No.
How would you describe a console as distinct, if it is, from a general purpose device?
Console is a fixed function device that's used primarily in conjunction with a television for gaming and other television-based entertainment experiences.
And does the fact that a console is a general purpose device have any implications insofar as you think about side loading onto a console?
Yes.
Could you please describe that for the court?
Generally, with a fixed function device, the user doesn't expect the ability to type in a keyboard or program it or install software from other sources, whether it's a console or a thermostat or some other single-purpose device.
All right. If a banking app were loaded onto a console, could the console then be utilized in somebody's doctor's office if they went for a doctor's appointment with that banking app?
I don't understand that question.
Strike that question. It was poorly formed, Your Honor. I apologize. Are you familiar with apps that relate to banking functionality?
Yes.
Is a console what you would consider to be a portable device?
No.
If there was a banking app on a console, and would you be able to utilize it in your doctor's office to access the banking functionality?
No.
I still don't understand. You mean as opposed to going to the website where on...
The distinction...
Because, right, we can access our bank accounts on our computers. We can access them on our mobile devices. So that's the point.
The point, Your Honor, is that the console is not a substitutable device in the doctor's office for utilizing functionality from many types of apps. Our contention in this case is that all apps are at issue, including the distribution of all apps is at issue, not just a game app, and therefore that the distinction is relevant.
Okay, you can answer the question. I mean, I can still access my bank account on both devices, so I really don't understand the point, but answer the question.
Mr. Sweeney?
Well, you can't bring a console with you in a mobile situation, and the console doesn't include a keyboard as a standard feature, and so it would be either very hard or impossible to use it as a general computer.
You've got a couple of consoles that were introduced into evidence yesterday, and they are, I think, right near you and on the stand. Do you see them?
Yes.
And do you recall what their names are?
Yes, it's a PlayStation 5, an Xbox Series X, and a Nintendo Switch.
All right. If the PlayStation, do you have a PlayStation in your own home?
Not currently.
Do you have a PlayStation at your office?
Yes.
And is the PlayStation, does it need to be plugged into any kind of power source?
Yes.
Are there any kind of controllers that are utilized with the PlayStation?
Yes, the game controller is a joystick.
If you have you ever had occasion to use the PlayStation in your office?
Yes.
And have you had occasion to use it with a joystick in your office?
Yes.
If you walked out of your office with the joystick, would you be able to play the PlayStation in an office on another floor?
No.
Same thing with regard to an Xbox. Do you have an Xbox at the Epic offices?
Yes.
Have you ever had occasion to utilize the Xbox at the Epic offices?
Yes.
Are there any controller devices associated with the Xbox?
Yes, there's a game controller.
Is there a power source associated with the Xbox?
Yes, the Xbox must be plugged into the wall to function.
If you had the Xbox plugged into the wall in one place within the Epic offices and then went 2 floors down in the Epic offices, would you be able to use the controller to manipulate that Xbox?
No.
Why not?
You couldn't see the screen. And even when there's a wireless controller, it doesn't have that range.
I'd like to hand you, for demonstrative purposes, an iPhone or a device. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you identify the device and describe it generally for the court, please?
Yes, this is an iPhone. It's 5 or 6 inches in size. It has a touch screen, a camera, and is connected to a cellular network.
All right, and I'm going to now hand you one of the devices that we talked about yesterday, the switch. And I've handed you 2 things that were associated with the switch that you identified yesterday. Can you describe each to the court in turn? First, the one that has the colored pieces on either end. What is that?
This is the switch with the portable controller plugged into it. And the other item is a game controller that can be used when the switch is plugged into a television.
All right. Is there a way in which the colored portions of the switch hook into the game controller?
Yes, they detach and plug into the game controller.
Could you detach them and plug them in now?
You can see I'm not a switch player.
Well, now the whole world knows.
Now the whole world knows.
That's all right. You don't mind.
I'm fine. I presume I could.
All right. Let me ask, I think I can ask the question just with the 2 pieces separately. In a situation in which you are, for instance, sitting on, do you ever have occasion to sit on a subway train or any kind of commuter transportation?
Yes.
All right. And if in instances when you're sitting on a piece of commuter transportation, such as a train, have you ever had occasion to play a game on a mobile device?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to manipulate the mobile device with a touch screen?
Yes.
And how many devices does it require you to hold at one time?
Just one.
If you are on a train and you are manipulating the switch device, how many devices would you or could you end up having to control?
Well, on the train, you could use the switch with the portable controller attached to it to a single device if you had a Wi-Fi connection, which the switch requires.
And is there an instance in which if one wanted to use the game controller, one would have to have more than one device?
Yes, if you wanted to play with the full game controller, you would need to set the switch down on a surface and then hold the game controller.
So if you were going to use the game controller with the switch, you'd have to be holding 2 devices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I thought the switch was all one unit that you could, right, so you don't.
Yes, you can use the switch just in this mode by itself as a single device.
Right.
Yeah.
And can you show the court the second device that is used as a game controller?
Well, I understand, but that's just additional functionality. I thought that was part of the point of the switch, is that it was pretty portable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chrissy.
Are there any things that can be done using the controller that cannot be done with the buttons?
Not my knowledge.
Does the controller provide any additional ability to manipulate any of the gameplay within the switch?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions yesterday about your speech at the DICE Summit in 2012. Do you recall that?
It may feel like yesterday, but that was this morning.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the DICE Summit that you spoke at in 2012 this morning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Today, at the time you sued Epic, it was August of 2012. Sorry. My goodness.
Let's slow down.
At the time, Mr. Sweeney, that Epic sued Apple, that was 2020, is that correct?
Yes, August 13th, 2020.
Are there any differences that you are aware of in the industry that occurred between 2012 and the time that you sued Apple in 2020?
Yes.
Could you describe those for the court?
We've seen enormous growth in the entire industry. Mobile game development teams have grown from one or several individuals to, in many cases, hundreds of developers. And competition between different app makers has led to very sophisticated app economics and costs of creating apps, such that the economics that were in place in 2012 were very, very different in the economics that are in place now.
Would you today, if you were to give to give a speech at DICE, would you give the same speech with the same words?
No.
Have you heard of the phrase open platform?
Yes.
And is there any difference between what cross-platform play is and an open platform?
Yes. An open platform is a platform where one is free to install software from any source of their choosing. And generally, the user has control over the device. A closed platform is one where the user does not have that freedom. And even on a closed platform, it is still possible to have cross-platform play between different devices and different platforms, with players from each different walled garden connecting together. Connecting together into a shared experience.
Cross-platform play, strike that. Does the ability to engage in cross-platform play mean that a platform is an open platform?
No.
Does the ability to engage in cross-platform play mean that a platform has an open distribution model?
No.
There have been some questions about Google Stadia. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Google Stadia is in existence today?
I'm not sure you want to know. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but if he has insider information about things in development, I don't know how he's supposed to answer that question. So can you
believe, Your Honor, it's been publicly, there's a public announcement. I don't want to say anything else. I don't believe that I'm seeking any confidential information.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Sweeney, are you aware one way or the other as to whether or not Google Stadia has been shut down?
My understanding is that after a public launch, Google Stadia has been very significantly scaled back.
All right, and you were shown Exhibit DX3199. Can we bring that up on the stand, on the machine? Do you recall questions on this document?
Yes.
When you were, was this document reflecting an interview of you?
Yes.
All right. What platforms were you referring to, if any, at the bottom of the page where you said it proves that developers have the real power in the industry and that where developers go, customers will go with them?
Yes.
What platforms were you referring to?
I was referring to competition among PC stores. That gamers would switch PC stores to go wherever developers went with their game.
Was the topic of this interview involving iOS?
The topic of this question was not. I did not see anything in this interview pertaining to any mobile platform.
when the statement is made, it proves that developers have the real power in the industry. Do you believe that that statement is correct with regard to iOS?
No.
Why not?
Apple has complete control over what games and other apps can be distributed on iOS, and we use that to make arbitrary policies and decisions such that Apple has all of the power and control on iOS.
In your experience, can developers move away from iOS and bring their customers with them?
No.
There were some questions about Epic Games business. When did Epic Games Store first have plans to include non-games?
This is something we have been discussing since prior to the public launch of the Epic Games Store in 2018.
And you described yesterday that there was non-game functionality on Fortnight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was there non-game functionality on Fortnight prior to August 2020 when this lawsuit was launched?
Yes.
When did the Party Royale first have non-game functionality?
Party Island had non-game functionality from the time that we introduced the mode and continued as we held concerts within it. And I believe that was late 2019 or early 2020.
And when were concerts first launched within Fortnight? Approximately.
So I don't remember the date of the first concert. The first concert was with the musician Marshmallow. I believe that was late 2018 or early 2019.
And was that prior to the filing of the lawsuit?
Yes. Was
there competitive gameplay at the Marshmallow concert?
No. When the concert began, there was just a pure entertainment experience that you couldn't win or lose.
And you've also mentioned yesterday the creative game mode within Fortnite.
Yes.
All right. When was...
Can I ask on that? When someone is a Fortnite user and they go to one of these concerts, they're still in their kind of Fortnite persona, aren't they? I mean, it's not like we're going on Zoom and with friends and you see your friends and you go into a meeting room or something like that. People are there in their kind of game mode, aren't they?
Yes, people go into these concerts with their 3D avatar, a Marvel superhero or a giant banana, and they're participating in a virtual 3D space.
Right. And so it still seems to me like, well, let me ask this. Do you have any data that suggests that anybody goes to the concerts who aren't already just Fortnite players? Do you think it's just one more aspect of the game?
Well, yeah, we've seen a significant influx of people into Fortnite when we hold concerts, and also a significant event of lapsed players in Fortnite coming back for concerts. So,
but all in this kind of game situation, right? And there's some movies about stuff like this, aren't there?
Yeah, well, Ready Player One is an example.
Because I'm not a gamer, that's the one that comes to mind. And is it like that?
Yeah, all of this metaverse science fiction portrays a realistic 3D world in which participants have both social experiences like sitting in a bar and talking, and also game experiences going on cases and things.
So would that be, because I haven't seen any evidence yet presented in how this actually looks on your game platform, but would that movie kind of be the most readily accessible analogy to what is going on?
Yeah, so I think Ready Player One is a great movie example. There's also Snow Crash, the book, which kind of describes this emerging social entertainment medium that transcends gaming.
But again, the distinction is that they're going into these with their avatars, with their kind of in this gaming environment, And beyond doing competitions, then you provide other kind of experiences.
Yes, all in a virtual 3D world. You know, you can stand there and watch Netflix with your friends, and it's different than watching in front of a TV. Because you can talk to your friends, and you can emote and throw tomatoes at the screen, and so it's a very different experience than either a game or Netflix.
But you still are monetizing that, you said, by offering people the ability to buy things while they're sitting there watching movies virtually together.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
And the kinds of what are the kinds of things they can buy at a concert, for instance?
Well, we typically, around the time of a concert, will promote items associated with the musician, as well as, you know, like the Travis Scott concert includes a skin or an outfit for Travis Scott, so did the Marshmallow concert. We also have emotes that are relevant to the concert. There are some that are kind of concert goer emotes of waving around glowing sticks, for example.
And are you, let me ask the question this way. Does an individual who has an avatar, do they have to engage in gameplay in order to attend a concert?
No.
Does an individual who appears in the app as an avatar, do they have to engage in competitive gameplay to watch a movie?
No.
Does an individual who appears as an avatar in the app have to engage in competitive play to create within creative mode?
No.
You aren't making a distinction, though, in terms of competitive play. People play games all the time that aren't necessarily competitive, right? Or is everything? I don't understand. You know, if you have your Switch, you're playing Candy Crush or something like that. You're playing a game. It's not necessarily competitive against other people. You're just playing a game.
Yes, and there's typically game mechanics like a score or progression of some sort that isn't present in these concerts.
But that's not, you aren't making a distinction that somehow people have to be playing against someone else. Is everything that you sell people playing against each other?
Hang on. And then within Fortnite Creative, this is just a tool for creating your own Fortnite island. There's nothing resembling a game mechanic at all. It's more like Barbie fashion designer, but for the Fortnite universe.
Right, and so it doesn't have to be competitive, it's just entertainment.
Yes, it's definitely entertainment.
In fact, how would you define a game?
I think the game involves individual or a social group of competitors. With a game, you're trying to build up to some outcome that you achieve, as opposed to an open-ended experience like building a Fortnite Creative Island or writing a Microsoft Word document. There's no scorekeeping mechanic, and you're never done or you never win.
Keep going.
You were asking questions about metal. Do you recall that, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Doran showed you a document in which you praised metal in 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. When was metal first released, approximately, if you can recall?
My recollection is in the 2014 timeframe, but I'm not certain.
So a couple of years at least before 2018?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Epic invested any resources in improving metal?
Yes, we worked very closely with Apple as we were bringing up support for the Unreal Engine in metal, and we gave them feedback on improving their API, and they gave us feedback on improving our engine.
All right. And does the work that Epic did with regard to metal, along with Apple, Is that limited to the benefit of Epic, or will it benefit others?
I think all of these efforts we did in partnership with Apple will benefit all developers.
Okay. And can we pull up DX3818, please, for a moment? DX3818. All right. And in this document, Mr. Doran pointed you to language in the paragraph on the first page regarding competition across platforms. Do you see that?
Sorry, what sentence?
Right there, anywhere in there.
Yes.
Okay, do you see that language that you were pointed to by Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Okay. And does it benefit Epic to have cross-platform competition?
Yes.
Why?
Because competition ensures that users can get the best value and the best products and companies have an opportunity to win on their merit.
Is there right now cross-platform competition with iOS?
No, Apple locks iOS users into their platform and prevents competition in a lot of areas, including stores. In other words, I'm sorry, you can't purchase a game on the Epic Game Store and then go to iOS, and if the game is also available on iOS, you don't own the game on iOS. You'd have to buy it again through Apple's store. So that there's no cross-platform competition in many product categories because Apple prohibits it.
You were asking questions about Apple's AR kit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term API?
Yes.
Is AR kit an API?
Yes.
Is that API available for native apps?
Yes.
Are you aware one way or the other as to whether or not ARKit is available through WebKit?
Yes, Apple does not make ARKit available through WebKit.
What is the significance of that?
It means that a web app cannot compete with a native app in augmented reality, and it can't generally even exist because Apple prohibits AR from being used within a web browser to the extent of our knowledge.
Does that mean that a web app does not have access to ARKit?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the trajectory of Fortnight usage in 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked questions specifically with regard to the COVID period of time in 2020 and Fortnight usage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
At the beginning of 2020, what was the trajectory of Fortnight usage?
Fortnite was going strong in early 2020, and January is my recollection.
All right. Let's pull up DX3774 if we could. Do you recall being shown this document by Mr. Doran?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn, please, to the page that is 1, 2, 3 pages in, there's a page Bates numbered at the bottom that ends at 765. Do you see that page?
Yes.
It says mobile platform fees, an existential issue as Fortnite evolves. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you see this page at the time that this presentation was shown to the Board of Directors on or about July 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you agree with the statement, mobile platform fees, an existential issue as Fortnite evolves?
Yes.
What's your understanding as to why mobile platform fees are an existential issue as Fortnite evolves?
Sure, these fees are an existential issue to the development of the metaverse in general. And Fortnite is increasingly a creator-driven platform. Companies and individuals besides Epic are creating content within Fortnite that they're working to distribute to users. And even though because we're early in the development of a creator-based Fortnite economy. The long-term evolution of Fortnite will be opening up Fortnite as a platform for creators to distribute their work to users. And Epic is trying to build a metaverse in which creators can make the majority of profit from their own games and other entertainment experiences within Fortnite, which means that besides Epic paying all of its operating costs for Fortnite servers, the majority of the revenue from creative experiences in Fortnite should go to the creators themselves. And with Apple taking 30% off of the top, it makes it very, very hard for Epic and creators to exist in the future world.
Let's pull up, if we could, DX4579, another document you were shown by Mr. Doran. And I'd like to turn you to the paragraph that one of the parts of the document that Mr. Doran showed you, which is in the third paragraph on this page. And there's a sentence that says, Epic has certain plans for August that will provide an extraordinary opportunity to highlight the value proposition of consoles and PCs in contrast to mobile platforms and to onboard new console users. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any expectation at the time that you sent this email, which was 5 August 2020, as to the level of onboarding of new users that might occur?
Given the data we had, my understanding is platform switching has been relatively modest, but we wanted to do everything we could to enable Fortnite players to find a new home.
Were you expecting significant or insignificant onboarding of new users?
I was expecting modest onboarding of new users.
All right. You were asked some questions about buying V-Bucks through the Epic website. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And in your view, is buying V-Bucks through the Epic website an attractive option for consumers?
No.
Why not?
And people want to buy V-Bucks in Fortnite is when they see a cool new item in the Fortnite outfit shop. And at that point in time, they're in Fortnite on some platform. And to set Fortnite aside and pull out some device, browse to a website, log in, and then make a transaction there is extremely inconvenient versus a few taps on the screen using an app purchase. So generally, we appreciate that there's a huge amount of payment processing and customer friction associated with showing a user of an app an item outside of that app.
And have you seen any data as to the numbers of purchasers who complete transactions in-app versus outside of the app?
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you remind?
I just want to follow up on this too, Mr. Sweeney. Do you know the numbers in terms of the ages of the individuals who use Fortnite?
We don't track customer age.
So do you have an understanding generally whether a majority of the people who use your product are young people?
No, we understand the majority of Fortnite players to be generally young adults. It's a teen-rated game, 13 plus.
So there's a substantial or not a substantial number of children who are playing their games.
I don't know. We don't track user age as a matter of business practice.
Why is it so inconvenient that someone can't make what I would call, as a parent, an impulse purchase? That is, if I'm a parent and I say, here's your allowance, and they choose to put $10 or $15 in V-Bucks in their account, then they can use it when they want. Isn't that a responsible way to deal with a young client base? Why should we want them to have impulse, the ability to just, on impulse, buy something?
Well, Fortnite has, and most platforms have parental controls preventing children from making cash purchases. And so if a parent would buy a child V-Bucks, whether in Fortnite, on iOS, or on our website, then the child has permission to spend those V-Bucks, but not to use the parent's credit card.
Right, but isn't that what you seem to want here? I mean, people have the ability to have an account, right? You've got an account of V-Bucks or savings or whatever. What you're really asking for is the ability to have impulse purchases.
Yes, customer convenience is a huge factor in this. We find people are much more likely to make a purchase if it's easy to make a purchase than if it's really hard.
All right, Mr. Sweeney, you were shown a document. Let's pull it up. 4477 by Mr. Doran, and also I talked to you about this yesterday, and you were pointed to various portions of this document. Let me ask you whether or not Epic is suing for damages in this case.
No.
And would Epic have accepted a deal from Apple prior to the launch of the hotfix that related to relief just for itself and its concerns about Apple's policies?
Yes, that's what that's what Epic was asking for in this document. If Apple had granted us permission, then we would have launched Fortnite direct payment with Apple's blessing.
Did Epic want a deal just for itself or for all developers?
I did not want a deal just for Epic. I expressed the hope that Apple would make these options available to all developers.
If Apple had told you that the deal would only be for you and no other developers, if Apple had told you that it would offer you a deal for you and no other developers, would you have accepted that deal?
Yes, I would have.
When did you first learn that the class action existed, if you can recall?
Referring to the consumer?
The consumer class action or the developer class action?
The recollection is a bit hazy, but I remember reading about the Supreme Court matter on, was it the developer class action in 2018, I believe?
And remind the court when you first distributed on iOS?
I believe that in March or April of 2018. And
remind the court when you first distributed any game or product on iOS.
2010.
And did Apple require Epic to enter into a developer agreement at that time?
Yes.
And you discussed that briefly with Mr. Doran yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Did Epic have any ability to negotiate the terms with Apple prior to entering into that agreement?
No, Apple's terms were non-negotiable.
If Epic had not agreed to all of the terms in that developer agreement, would Epic have been able to distribute on iOS?
No.
You also spoke briefly with Mr. Doran about communications with Apple prior to filing the lawsuit. Let me show you, if I can, a document that is PX2374. Your Honor, may I approach, and I'll also hand one to Your Honor and the clerks?
You may.
Now, Mr. Sweeney, I don't expect that you've seen the top email, but I'm interested in the portion of this document, PX2374, that appears to have come from you.
Yes.
What is this document?
The
The portion that comes from you.
This is an email I sent to Tim Cook at Apple suggesting that Apple make iOS an open platform in 2015.
And why did you send this email to Mr. Cook at that time?
Concerns with the Apple's business model has been building up for a period of several years, and Epic had tried to arrange conversations with Apple, I think even prior to this. I hadn't had a chance until I just sent them an email on the topic.
All right, let me show you another document which has been marked as PX. Your Honor,
Any objection? 374 is admitted. I'm assuming that's what you wanted, Ms. Ford.
it is, Your Honor, thank you. I'd also like to show the witness what's been marked for identification as PX 2421. And Mr. Sweeney, if you could let me know when you've had an opportunity to review this document.
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, and there's a portion of the document, let me describe what the document is to the court, please.
This is an email discussion between myself and Epic Vice President Mark Rain, where we were attempting to set up a meeting with Apple to discuss our concerns with iOS, in particular in this case with Mr. Jaziat. Is that Jaziat at Apple?
And why were you making that suggestion?
Our concerns, we're continuing to grow with Apple's business model. We were at this point preparing to launch Fortnight on iOS. And I wanted to have an executive level discussion with Apple about the topic.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to move PX 2421 into evidence.
Any objection? Admitted.
Mr. Sweeney, lastly, you were asked some questions yesterday or this morning about the Epic's June 2020 renewal of its agreement with Apple. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Epic able to negotiate the terms of that agreement with Apple?
No.
If Epic had not agreed to the renewal agreement, what would have occurred?
I believe our membership in Apple's developer program would have expired, and Epic would be able to develop software for at least iOS devices.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Recross limited to the scope of the direct.
Mr. Sweeney, regarding Metal, you're aware that an updated version of Metal was issued by Apple in 2017, correct?
I don't remember it specifically.
Okay, but you know that API has continued to evolve and improve since it was first released in 2014, correct?
Yes.
Secondly, if you could please look at Exhibit 2374, which you were just shown. Do you have that?
Yes.
This is your email to Mr. Cook. Do you have that?
Yes.
And in the first paragraph, you state in the second sentence that the App Store has done much good for the industry. And did you mean that when you made that statement in June 2015?
Yes.
And looking at the last paragraph, you state that it would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach. Well, let's back up and just read the paragraph. The paragraph starts, compliance review would keep iOS free of malware, while open distribution would combine the best aspects of the App Store with the best aspects of open platforms. It would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach proactively before this topic is overly complicated by opposing political, regulatory, moral, and competitive forces. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so you understood that the way that the App Store was structured was in part impacted by competitive forces, correct?
My concern at this point in time was that it was not impacted by competitive forces.
So even though you stated that the topic may become overly complicated by opposing competitive forces, you did not, in fact, believe that the App Store was impacted by competitive forces by June 2015. Is that your testimony?
My concern at this point was that the iOS app distribution model was not subject to any competition whatsoever. That was my concern.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to focus on my question, please. You stated in your email to Mr. Cook that it would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach before the topic is overly complicated by opposing competitive forces. And you're telling us that despite having made that statement in June 2015, your view was that there were no competitive forces impacting the App Store. That's your testimony here today.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, for Fortnight, iOS is accounted for about 5.5% of total Fortnight revenue through 2020, correct? Since launch.
I'm not certain.
You know it's well below 10%, though, aren't you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I failed to move Exhibit 4036 into evidence previously, I believe, and I would like to do that now.
I had it as admitted. If not, then it will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then secondarily, I have the...
Before we move on for 4036, I don't think it had been formally offered, Your Honor. The only thing that I had on that one was an objection to the top portion of the email as hearsay. If it was being offered for a non-hearsay use, then we had no objection. The top portion is from an outside third party, Your Honor, Mr. Phil Spencer.
Again, Your Honor, it's just a statement of Mr. Spencer's position in this document. Whether he's telling the truth or not, I will not guess, but this is a position he took with Mr. Sweeney.
Admit it. If I haven't before, I'll admit it again, and obviously follow the rules of evidence with respect to its proper evidentiary value.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then lastly, Your Honor, I want to hand up the thumb drive that has the video clip on it.
Okay, you can give that to Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect limited to the scope of recross.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I have a few. Mr. Sweeney, do you have any understanding of the economics of developers who engage in apps that relate to food?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any understanding of the economics with respect to developers who have apps related to maps or GPS or traffic?
I do not.
Same question with respect to coupons or incentives.
No, Your Honor.
Same question with respect to weather.
No, Your Honor.
Same question with respect to dating.
No, Your Honor.
And the same question with respect to instant messengers.
No, Your Honor.
So you don't have any idea how what you're asking for would impact any of the developers who engage in all of those other categories of apps. Is that right?
I prefer not.
Okay. Just a few minutes ago, Ms. Forrest asked you a question about your perspectives in 2012 when you gave that speech at DICE versus now. And you talked about the growth in the entire industry, and in particular the mobile game, the developments in the mobile game industry. You gave some numbers. Apple also participates in that industry, right? That is, they have their own gaming store too, don't they?
You are referring to the iOS App Store now?
I'm talking about games in particular.
Okay, Apple has hosts the App Store on iOS and Mac, which sells all kinds of apps, including games.
I don't have anything else. Any follow up on my questions, Ms. Forrest?
Yeah, could I correct something I said to you earlier? You asked about age knowledge. For the players, we ask for the player's age, and if the player is under 13, then we implement child safety practices required by law, but we do not retain player age information outside of that process.
Okay.
Apologize.
No, that's all right. Thank you for the clarification. Ms. Forrest, any?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Mr. Dorn? All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness. Wait, I did have another question. Mr. Sweeney. You're asking the court for equitable relief. So part of the equitable relief that I've already provided was to require that Apple keep the Unreal Engine open. What is your backup plan if I don't? What's your backup plan?
If Apple's actions are lawful, then I acknowledge Apple would have the right to remove Epic from the developer program for any reason or no reason, and it would be up to Apple to decide. If Apple cut us off, then we would have to live without supporting the iOS platform.
Okay, thank you. All right, now next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wes Earnhardt for Epic Games. We called Benjamin Simon.
Okay, and it's Mr. Hart, sorry?
Earnhardt.
While they're getting the witness, Your Honor, I'll just remove the equipment from over by the stand so nobody trips on it.
We'll take care of that, or your folks can get it over next to Francis. You can take it, Stan.
I did.
All right, thank you. And pull that line to you, and then please state your full name, spell your last name.
My name is Benjamin Simon. My last name is spelled S-I-M-O-N.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Simon. Where are you employed?
Yoga Booty Co.
Does Yoga Booty Co. go by another name?
Yes, we usually use the name Down Dog publicly. We usually use the name Down Dog publicly. Yes.
What kind of company is Down Dog?
We're a small software company.
What does it develop?
We develop consumer applications for wellness practices, primarily our yoga app.
Down Dog is an unusual name. Where does it come from?
Down Dog is a yoga pose. We also wanted to make my dog the icon for the app, so it helped make that make sense.
What is your title at Down Dog?
I'm the president and CEO.
What year did you also found Down Dog?
Yes.
What year?
We founded the company in 2015.
And what did you do before you founded Down Dog?
I was a software engineer at Google for 3 years. I worked on a small team that built what's now the current version of Google Sheets for 2 years, and then I worked on Google Maps for mobile.
How many employees does Down Dog have?
Currently, we have 5 full-time employees, including myself.
And what are your responsibilities as CEO?
I oversee most of the operations of Down Dog, particularly anything involving the code and software distribution side. My co-founder handles some of the more purely business admin kinds of things.
Are you involved in overseeing the distribution of your applications?
Yes.
Are you involved in overseeing customer support?
Yes.
Are you in charge of setting Down Dog's pricing?
That's usually a conversation with me and my co-founder.
Does Down Dog have a data analytics team?
No, we do not.
Are you in charge of reviewing Down Dog's data analytics?
Yes.
Do you do that in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
What are Down Dog's products?
Currently, we have 5 applications. Our yoga app, we have a prenatal yoga app, a bar app, which is sort of ballet-inspired fitness, HIIT, which is high-intensity interval training, and then most recently our meditation app.
And can you just explain
My court reporter is shaking her head because you're speaking too fast.
Sorry.
We'll try to go slowly.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just explain generally what those apps allow users to do?
Yes. When a user comes to the app, they can choose from a variety of customizations. So, for example, in the yoga app, they can choose the length of the practice they want to do down to the minute, the pace, the level. They can choose among different voices. They can choose to boost a certain part of the practice to focus on a certain body area. And then what Down Dog does is create the custom workout for that user on demand and stitches together a single video that appears to be basically a continuous fitness class and serves that to the user as instructional content that they can do yoga or meditate or work out along with.
Okay. Roughly, how many users take classes on Down Dog's apps on a given day?
We have about 150,000 practices completed across our apps on any given day.
Okay. And where do your customers access those Down Dog classes?
We have a native iOS app as well as, or I guess for each of our 5 products, we have a native iOS app, a native Android app, and then we also have a full featured web application.
For your native iOS app, where can your customers go to download it?
Only through the iOS App Store.
How does Down Dog make money?
We are a subscription-based service, so we offer a free trial that users just need to create an account to access, and then after 2 to 3 weeks when the trial is done, they have to subscribe in order to continue practicing in any of the apps.
And just in general, how does the subscription work once a user has one?
Any subscription gives them access to all of the apps on all of our platforms. It's a monthly or yearly subscription.
And once a user agrees to a subscription, does it auto-renew at the end of the period, or does the user have to resubscribe?
For a subscription, it typically auto-renews, although they can turn that off at any point. For the trial, there's no billing information taken ahead, so there's no auto-renew or no auto-billing of the first charge.
Okay. Where can a user purchase a subscription to Down Dog?
Via in-app purchase on the iOS native app or in-app purchases on the Android native app. And then we also offer subscriptions via our website where users can either use a credit card, which we process through Stripe, or they can also pay via PayPal on our website.
So for subscriptions purchased in the iOS app, what payment processor do you use?
Within the iOS app, we're only allowed to use Apple's in-app purchase system.
Did Down Dog have to take any steps to become eligible to distribute its apps on the App Store in iOS?
Sign up as a developer, pay the $99 developer fee, and sign various agreements.
Okay. And did you in fact sign the developer program license agreement?
I believe so, yes.
Were you able to negotiate the terms of that agreement?
No.
Were you able to ask any questions about the agreement before you signed it?
Not that I recall, no.
Were you able to seek any exceptions to any of the terms within the agreement before you signed it?
Not that I recall.
How did it work functionally?
I believe it was all self-service through Apple's website, where we basically just clicked through and signed up.
Okay. Since launching Down Dog, have you had direct experiences with Apple's App Store policies and practices?
Yes.
At a high level, without getting into details now, what impact have Apple's App Store's policies and practices had on the price you charge your customers?
At a high level, we've always discounted the website subscription by at least the 30% that Apple takes, passing on those savings to our consumers. So at a very high level, not being able to publicize that offer raises prices for our consumers, and along with that, we end up with fewer people subscribing.
You answered my next question, but at a high level, what impact have Apple's policies had on your ability to attract and maintain users?
Yeah, so generally when we've done pricing experiments, we've found that around our current pricing, if we increase the price by X percent, we get roughly an X percent decrease in the number of subscribers. And inversely, if we lower the price, that obviously changes at the extremes. So at a high level, we're losing, the percentage of users equivalent to the increased subscription price.
And what impact have Apple's App Store policies and practices had on your ability, to provide customer service to your users?
There are a couple issues. One is simply the app review process, which slows down our ability to release bug fixes and other improvements to our users, which creates customer service issues. Additionally, a substantial customer service issue for us is that we can't issue refunds or even cancel the subscriptions of users who subscribe via in-app purchases. So those customer support complaints are ones that we can't remedy.
So let's start by talking about pricing. You testify that you sell subscriptions, both on the web and in your iOS app, correct?
Correct.
How does your standard pricing compare between subscriptions purchased on the web versus subscriptions bought through the iOS app?
For the past year, the standard in-app price has been $59.99, as in $60 per year, or $9.99 per month. And then on the website, it's been $39.99 per year, or $7.99 per month, which we generally advertise as a 33% discount for the yearly one at least.
So just to make sure I have that right, the iOS prices are 33% higher than the web prices?
The iOS prices are actually 50% higher because of the way that math works out. The web prices are 33% lower than the iOS prices. Sorry. The iOS prices are 50% higher than the web prices, which is the same as saying the web prices are 33% lower than the iOS prices.
Okay. And why is it that you charge more for subscriptions purchased in-app on iOS than on the web?
Primarily money on users who subscribe via our website. Additionally, we find there are other reasons that we think it's better for us and our customers to subscribe via our website. The lack of the ability to issue refunds and otherwise manage their memberships being the primary one, which is why we're okay actually even making a little less on the website purchases.
So who ultimately bears the cost of Apple's 30% commission on iOS from your subscription payments?
I would say that our customers do.
Okay. Could Down Dog offer subscriptions only on the web, and still offer an iOS app?
I'm not entirely sure. I believe it would at least be difficult in that we wouldn't be able to tell users how they can subscribe within the app. So if there was no subscription option within the app, that would be a rather confusing experience for users.
Could DownDog offer an iOS subscription in the app without using Apple's in-app payment processor to avoid the 30% fee?
No, that is explicitly forbidden.
Forbidden by what?
The App Store review guidelines.
Okay. Do you like that policy?
No, we do not.
Why did you agree to it?
We have no ability to negotiate those terms, and we feel we can't grow our business without having an iOS native app.
Does DownDog ever run discounted pricing promotions?
We do, typically 4 times a year. It's typically Memorial Day, Labor Day, Cyber Monday, and New Year's.
Do you have a typical amount by which you discount the prices?
That has varied. It's typically between $15 a year and $24 a year. Most recently, we did a promotion for New Year's in January where we offered the subscription at $14.99 per year.
And why is it that DownDog runs these pricing promotions?
Generally, we consider it part of our mission to provide specifically affordable wellness practices to the world. We found that doing promotions have been an effective way to offer our product at a cheaper price to those who can't afford it.
And does DownDog make those promotional offers available for purchase on iOS?
Typically, we do not.
And why not?
There's 2 reasons. One is that at the time of a promotion, it's very confusing to be talking about 2 different prices. And when we discount the app that much, we really can't afford to give 30% to Apple. I believe that the $14.99 per year price, if a user practices every day, we actually lose money just on the music licensing fees that we have to pay. So we really can't afford to give 30%. Additionally, Apple's in-app payment system makes it somewhat difficult to change our prices. A change in price requires a new product, which requires a review by Apple, which requires an update. And so in particular, if we want to do an experiment with prices or if we don't plan far enough ahead, it's very hard to do a sale on iOS.
Okay. Would DownDog charge its customers less for in-app subscriptions on iOS absent Apple's policy?
Yes, I think so.
Both when running a promotion and normally?
I'm not sure if we would run the promotions on iOS because of the other issues I just explained, but yes.
Just want to make sure I understand the economics. Is there any change in content based on whether a user subscribes in iOS versus on the web?
No, there is not.
And if the user subscribes in iOS and on the web, which platforms on what can the user access the app?
Regardless of where they subscribe, they can access the app on Android, iOS, or the web.
And for the user, which subscriptions are cheaper, web or iOS?
Web.
Okay. So do all of your users therefore subscribe on the web?
No. Among our iOS users, it's roughly 50-50.
So 50% subscribe in the app on iOS for more?
Correct.
How do you explain that?
Apple, in addition to prohibiting us from implementing an additional payment method, does not allow us to direct users to a separate payment method or even present a link to our website. So unless the 50% of users who do subscribe on our website hear about that offer via email. However, email doesn't reach all users for a variety of reasons, spam, just missing it. And also some users will choose to subscribe before they ever get that email. So because we can't advertise the website offer within the app, we end up having, again, roughly half of our users subscribe via in-app purchase at the higher price.
And what's... of our users subscribe in the in-app price. That's correct. So what's your view on that restriction?
I think it, again, increases prices for our users and reduces the number of subscribers. For that particularly, we also have evidence from the fact that on Android, we do include a link to purchase on our website. And on Android, only about 10% of our users choose to use the in-app purchase option.
Okay, if you don't like the restriction that prevents you from telling your users that you have lower prices elsewhere, why did you agree to it?
We don't feel we have any other choice.
I'll show you one document now. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Fine for you, but I understand that.
That's fine.
Okay. Just turn to that binder to the document labeled PX2790. Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this seems to be the App Store review guidelines.
And you have to agree to the terms within these guidelines in order to distribute your down dog products on Apple's App Store?
So I believe the developer agreement references the guidelines, but I know the guidelines are updated pretty often, and I don't believe developers are notified when it's updated or asked to re-agree to them.
Do you have to comply with these guidelines as your products are available on the App Store?
Yes.
You want to move to it, PX2790?
Any objection?
If you could turn to the page PX2790.10, 2790.10. You see there's a section there, 3.1.1?
Yes.
That says in-app purchase?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
I am.
What is it?
This is the section that stipulates under what conditions developers are required to use the in-app purchase mechanism and some of the rules surrounding that.
You see the last sentence reads, apps and their metadata may not include buttons, external links, or other calls to action that direct customers to purchasing mechanisms other than in-app purchase. See that?
Sorry, I recognize that language, but I don't see it.
Should be the last sentence under 3.1.1.
Oh, yes, I do.
Have Apple enforced that policy at the down low?
Yes, they have.
And how has it? How?
We have been rejected upon submitting new updates that have included the link. We've also been rejected for having an enter code field in our menu. We've also been rejected for a dialogue in our app that allows users to email us a message if they can't afford the subscription. And also a few times when the link in the app has been activated for a few days, Apple has notified us after the fact that we've been in violation of their guidelines.
Let's switch and talk about your Android app for a moment. You have an app that runs natively on Android, is that right?
Yes, we do.
How, if at all, is Down Dog's Android pricing different from its iOS pricing?
Not different.
On the Android app, are you able to tell users about the alternative web-based subscription option?
Yes, Google did remove us temporarily over last summer, saying that we violated their policies. However, at the time, we didn't think their policies actually did prevent that. They did put us back in the store at that point, and they've since revised their guidelines, but said they aren't going to start enforcing them until August of this year.
And on your Android app, do you in fact tell users that a subscription is available through the web for a cheaper price?
Yes, we do.
What percentage of Android users choose to subscribe on the web?
Roughly 90%.
So what does that mean for the average price that an Android user pays versus the average price that an iOS user pays?
Given that it's roughly half and half on iOS, and the price difference is 33%, I think it must be around a 15% reduction in the average price paid on Android.
So you charge the same price on both iOS and Android, but the average price the user actually pays is higher on iOS. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is the cause of that phenomenon?
Apple's restrictions on telling our users about the website option from within our app.
Okay. If someone were to tell this court that Apple does not control how app developers charge their customers, because app developers like Down Dog can offer subscriptions sales outside of the app, how would you respond to that?
Christine. That's the form.
Do you believe you have control over how you charge your customers in iOS?
No.
And why not?
Again, we're restricted in our ability to communicate with our customers from within our product.
Okay. Let's talk more about your subscriber numbers. Have you taken any steps to determine exactly, how Apple's policies impact Down Dog's ability to attract new subscribers?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Have you taken any steps to determine how Apple's policies, as compared to Android, for example, impact Down Dog's ability to attract new subscribers?
When Google announced that they were going to essentially implement the same policy and start enforcing it as Apple has regarding the mentioning of other payment options, we decided we should find out what that was going to cost us in a year. So we ran an experiment where for a small number of users, we did not include the link to purchase on our website, which effectively made it equivalent to the iOS experience. When we did that, we saw, I think it was like 55% of users subscribed in-app, which roughly matches what we see on iOS, versus the more normal 10% who choose the in-app when they are provided the explicit link to purchase on our website.
Sean, are we regarding regarding Apple? The answer was regarding
No, the question was what steps?
We're going to have to restate your question, listen to the question, and respond to the question itself.
Have you taken any steps to determine how the presence or absence of a restriction on telling your users that they can subscribe on the web app impacts Down Dog's ability to attract new subscribers?
That's a hard thing to measure directly on iOS because we're not allowed to include the link.
So on Android, did you take any steps to determine what impact that would have?
Yes, sure. My previous statement. On Android last August, we ran an experiment where for a small percentage of users, we did not display the link within the app to purchase on our website, which made the treatment effectively the same as our normal iOS treatment. And what we found was if we didn't include the link, we saw roughly the same proportion of subscribers using in-app purchases versus the website that we see on iOS, versus, as I said earlier, the only 10% that normally use the in-app purchase app on Android.
And what impact did you see on overall subscriptions?
Overall, I believe there was a 28% reduction in the number of subscribers.
So whether they describe in the app or on the web, during this experiment, you saw 28 fewer subscribers in total.
28% fewer, correct.
And to what did you attribute that?
I assume it's primarily just the higher price. Feasibly, you could imagine that some users actually don't want to use Google and App's billing system and would prefer to put in their own credit card information.
I asked you some questions before about the impact of Apple's policies on customer service issues. I want to ask some more questions about that. Who processes Down Dog's customers' purchases on iOS?
Assuming you're referring to purchases made within the iOS app, it's Apple processes those payments.
Anyone else?
No.
Why not?
Again, it's forbidden for us to use another payment processor within our app.
And does Apple charge a fee for the payment processing?
Yes, they take 30% and I believe 15% after 1 year for recurring subscriptions.
Okay, so on iOS in the app, who collects the user's billing information?
Apple, although in reality I think they already have the billing information.
And who maintains and controls that billing information?
Apple.
And who handles issues that later arise concerning billing or refunds?
Well, you need to be next to a mic because we can't hear you. And second, keep your objections to legal objections. I don't need discussion. Overruled. You can answer with respect to what you know. And not assuming, not guessing, no. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. When your customers want a refund, who handles that on iOS, in the iOS app?
Our customers often email us or message via the app, but ultimately only the Apple customer service team can issue them a refund if they purchased using in-app purchases.
And why is that?
Apple doesn't include as part of their in-app purchase API the ability to refund or suspend a user's subscription.
Does that
You get your 30% back when that happens?
I'm not sure if we get our 30%. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, in what case?
Well, if Apple's processing the payment and you have to pay Apple 30% commission on the subscription, and they give a refund, don't you get your 30% back?
I mean like a 70% back.
And you're 70%.
I believe that in the case of a refund, in the case of a refund, they're actually taking the money back from us, right?
So they're giving you, so anyway, it's a wash. So you go back to the beginning.
Yes, we basically never received the payment. We never received the 70% that we would have otherwise gotten if they issued a refund. And I presumably they don't receive their 30% either.
When someone asks for a refund, in what period of time does that happen?
Meaning how long for them to get the refund, or when do they ask for the refund?
Do you have a policy about when people can ask for refunds?
We don't have a public policy, though in practice on our website, if you go to our support page and you ask for a refund, if it's been within 7 days of a monthly subscription payment or 30 days of a yearly subscription payment, you can get the refund all on your own without even talking to our customer service team. If it doesn't qualify for that, you can email our customer service team, and then sometimes we'll issue a refund anyway, depending on the circumstances.
Okay, so that because you have such a short period of time for a refund, there might not have been a transaction from Apple giving you your 70%. Right?
Sorry, that's in the case. Sorry, what I just spoke about was the case where they made a website purchase that we're able to refund. In the Apple case, we can't issue a refund, so all we can do is tell the user to ask Apple for a refund. My general understanding is that Apple typically doesn't do refunds unless it's been within 24 hours of the payment. So I agree. Apple also has a long delay before we actually receive payments. Typically, it's 45 to 60 days after the payment. So I believe that's correct, that we basically just never received the proceeds of payments that were refunded.
And do you get monthly payments from Apple?
We do.
Okay, and those transactions are for things that happened 45 days prior?
Correct.
I see. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Do you believe it's important to Down Dog's customer service to be able to issue refunds when they're warranted?
Yes.
And on iOS, are you able to do that?
Only if they purchase via our website.
Is that fact that you're not able to issue the refund yourself for users who subscribe in the app ever cause blowback to Down Dog?
Yes.
In what form?
There are a variety of issues. The most common is users who subscribe right before we either do a sale or in the last year, we've actually done a lot of periods of making the app completely free for the pandemic. In those cases, if the user recently made a payment and contacts us, we'll just issue them the refund. In the Apple case, we can't do that. There are also cases where users mistakenly try to purchase our sale price via the app, but not seeing the website discounted option, end up going through Apple's flow and purchasing at the full price, and then later complaining to us that they didn't receive the discount.
And when you receive these complaints from your customers for folks who subscribe in the iOS app, what do you do?
Typically, we apologize and give them directions for how they can request a refund from Apple's customer support. And we also tell them that they can tell Apple that we're totally okay with the refund.
In your view, does that live up to the standard of customer service that you would want for your company?
No.
Why not?
As I previously stated, we have a much more generous refund policy just in terms of the number of days since a payment. But more substantially, that doesn't allow for any one-off scenarios where, for example, we make the app free for healthcare workers and therefore want to refund a healthcare worker. Sorry. That doesn't allow us to issue refunds for specific reasons that Apple isn't going to understand. For example, the existence of a promotion that went into effect after a user subscribed.
Would you handle payment processing?
Sorry, can I actually add one thing to that? Of course. It also changes certain decisions around, for example, removing features, where if we can't refund users who, so for example, we recently removed the ability to play practices offline because it was only used by 0.5% of users. That 0.5% of users might really care about that feature. And so if users complain about that, we'll typically refund them because we're no longer offering the exact product that they subscribed to. But again, we can't do that if their subscription was made through Apple.
And again, why can't you?
Because Apple doesn't allow us to.
Would you handle payment processing and billing and refunds differently for those folks who subscribe in the app on iOS if you could?
Yeah.
How would you handle it?
We would give refunds the same way we do for our website purchases. I'll also note that on Android, we are able to issue refunds, and we do so there.
Okay, let's talk about payment processing on the web. Who processes customer purchases of subscriptions for Down Dog's products when we do business?
Card information directly, in which case it's processed by Stripe. They can also use PayPal.
Okay, and on the web then, who collects the user's billing information?
In PayPal's case, it's completely within PayPal. In Stripe's case, the credit card number is entered onto our webpage, but is sent directly to Stripe. It never touches our servers.
And who maintains and controls that information?
Stripe and PayPal.
And who receives the payment in the first instance for web subscriptions?
Sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Do the payments go to Stripe and PayPal, or do they come directly to Down Dog?
They go to Stripe and PayPal, and then those two companies do payouts to us.
Now, on the web, can you issue refunds?
Yes.
Can you cancel subscriptions?
Yes.
Can you provide direct customer service to your clients?
Yes.
Why can you do that on the web, but not on iOS?
There's no arbiter of what we're allowed to do on the open web platform.
How does that change the customer service experience on the web compared to iOS?
It allows us to provide a superior customer service experience on the web.
Let's talk about security for one moment. You mentioned this, but I just want to reiterate it. Do the subscribers' credit card numbers ever reach down dog servers?
No, they do not.
And is that important to down dog?
Yes.
Why?
That's obviously important information, which if it did live on our servers, we would have to obviously take many precautions to make sure that information is secure. I believe there are specific legal regulations around credit card information specifically, all of which is dodged by having that information goes directly to Stripe.
Have you ever had any type of security issue arising from web-based subscriptions?
We have had a few users claim that their credit card information had been stolen, meaning that like the person who put in their credit card information was committing fraud, but not as a result of anything on our part.
Let me answer that question. Have you had any type of security issue caused by the fact that the user subscribed on the web as opposed to in the app on iOS?
No, we have not.
Does Down Dog pay a fee in connection with the services that Stripe and PayPal provide?
Yes, we do.
And how much do you pay?
I believe it's 30 cents per transaction plus 2.9%. It's slightly higher for transactions made not in United States dollars.
Now, in your view, taking into account all the various factors, who provides a better payment processing service, Apple or Stripe?
Stripe.
And in your view, taking into account all the factors, who provides a better payment processing service, Apple or PayPal? Now, assuming that Apple and Stripe services cost exactly the same, would you prefer to use Apple's payment processing service or Stripe's? Stripe. Does Apple's in-app payment service provide anything of material value to you that you did not receive from Stripe?
It's perhaps slightly easier for users to go through the payment flow for in-app purchases versus having to look up their credit card number. But besides that, no.
I believe that justifies Apple's 30% fee compared to Stripe's 3% fee?
No.
In your experience, has Apple applied its App Store guidelines consistently and fairly?
No.
Have you ever offered free trials?
Yes.
What are free trials?
When a user creates their account, simply by providing their email address, they have free access to all of the apps for a set period of time before we ever try to collect their billing information.
Does Apple have policies regarding how free trials can be conducted in iOS?
Yes.
And what is in your experience with those policies?
Most notably, last summer, we were rejected several times with the reviewers telling us that we had to implement our free trial using in-app purchases, which would require that the trial would auto-charge them at the end of the free trial period.
And can you just explain what that means? What would be required for the use of in-app purchase such that the user would be auto-charged at the end of the period?
So essentially, after the user signs up, before they could ever try out the app, substantially actually do a class, they would have to go through Apple's payment flow to subscribe the in-app purchases. Though they are not actually charged until the free trial is done, they can turn off the free trial before and avoid a charge. However, we can't provide a way for them to do that from within the app. They have to go into their Apple settings to disable that.
And how did that compare to what you wanted to offer as a free trial?
We wanted to offer a truly free trial where you didn't have to give us any payment information, and only after your free trial would we prompt you to subscribe.
And why did you prefer your type of free trial as to compare to the one that Apple tried to impose?
In general, we don't really want to make our money from users who just forget to unsubscribe. We also experimented with different types of free trials, primarily in the fall of 2018. And we found that for an auto-renewing trial, we had such a big reduction in the number of users who would actually do the trial that we ended up with fewer subscribers at the very end, even though more of the people who did the trial did, in fact, get charged at least once.
Can you explain the process that a user must go through on iOS to unsubscribe before a free trial ends?
I believe they have to go into their settings, like the main settings app on their phone. Then they have to click Apple ID. Then I believe there's a subscriptions button, and that takes them to a page that has all of their in-app subscriptions. And then they can click into the specific one to cancel and confirm.
And is there a time period within which the user must cancel the quote-unquote free trial before they'll be auto-charged?
I believe Apple warns that you should cancel 24 hours before the end of the trial. Typically, those trials are something like 7 days. In our case, we do a longer trial, but it's also not one of these auto-renewing trials.
Okay. Did you tell Apple you viewed their restrictions on free trials as a problem?
We did.
And what was their response?
They basically, we actually didn't think we were in violation of their stated policy. The policy seemed to state that you could implement a free trial using in-app purchases, but didn't seem to state that you had to. But they basically just doubled down and said, no, we were still in violation and we would need to change that.
And so what did you do in response?
After waiting several days for a phone call from Apple, we tweeted a screenshot of the interaction we were having with them.
And why did you do that?
I was pretty frustrated at this point. In particular, this update didn't actually change anything about the free trial behavior. We'd had this type of free trial for years, and actually just contained unrelated improvements and bug fixes. So, in particular, having to wait to release something unrelated for what I thought truly wasn't against the guidelines seemed unfair.
Did Apple do anything in response to your tweets?
Yes, I believe 4 hours after we tweeted, we got a phone call from Apple.
And what did they say?
I actually missed that first phone call, but the next morning they called back, and he told me that they had seen the tweets, they had reviewed the back and forths with the reviewers, it had been escalated to a higher team overnight, and they had decided that we were correct, and the guidelines didn't actually forbid us from doing this type of free trial.
And did they then allow you to offer the free trial in that way?
They did.
Do you believe that there's a security risk in allowing yoga users to take free trials without putting in their billing information first?
No.
Do you believe there could be a business risk for Apple if the user is allowed to take free trials without putting in their billing information first?
Objection on the foundation.
Yes.
2 years ago, would you have attempted to tweet the interaction with Apple?
Not sure. That was our first instance of doing that, so probably not.
And why did you believe it would be successful now, but maybe wouldn't have been successful 2 years ago?
We had a substantially larger user base. I also thought that this issue in particular, I think users actually hate auto-renewing trials, and so I thought this issue in particular was something that we were likely to get users support for.
And if you would not have been able to garner user support, and if Apple had not listened to your arguments, what would you have had to do?
We would have had to implement the auto-renewing free trial.
What are promo codes?
I suppose they're codes allowing either free access or reduced price access.
Has Down Dog ever had promo codes in its apps?
We have.
Does Apple have policies relating to this?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Apple regarding promo codes in the Down Dog apps?
At one point, we were trying to get an update approved in time for New Year's. Again, it was sort of an unrelated update trying to launch an intro to yoga series that we had developed. and we were rejected with the reviewer simply asking what the enter code button in our menu was for. We explained that we had used that at times to give free access. Sorry, at the time, we actually were not currently using that. In the past, we had used it to give free access to students, but because we weren't currently using it, we decided the easiest thing was to just remove that button. So we resubmitted the app with the button removed, and then we were rejected again, this time being told that we hadn't responded to them, telling them what the button was for, even though it was no longer present. So we submitted again, putting back the button and explaining that we had used it to give free access to students, at which point we were rejected with them saying, no matter what, you're not allowed to use codes.
And then what did you do?
I believe then we removed the button and it finally was approved.
So Apple first approved the app with the promo code functionality, right?
Correct.
And then they rejected it?
Yes, it was initially approved with the promo code functionality much earlier and had been probably multiple times approved in the store. But then on this unrelated update, it was rejected, correct.
And then so you removed it?
Yes.
But then they told you to put it back in?
Yes.
So that they could reject it?
Correct.
So that you could remove it?
Correct.
And all of this happened under the same guideline?
Correct.
What does Apple Help? What does Apple Help?
Apple Health is an app on iPhones that supports, among other things, tracking your workouts, including the workouts of third-party applications.
Do you integrate your apps with Apple Health?
We do.
And what has been your experience with the app review process relating to Apple Health integration?
We never had any issues for a long time. However, in the past year, there have been 2 instances where we were rejected with the reviewer telling us that they couldn't find the Apple Health integration because sorry, I step back for a second. If you integrate with Apple Health, Apple requires you to state that in your App Store description or else they will reject you. So in our App Store description, we state that. However, iPads don't support Apple Health, which is entirely a decision of Apple's. And so there is no integration if you're on an iPad. However, twice we were rejected by reviewers saying they couldn't find the Apple Health integration. And when we asked for screenshots, we saw that they were, in fact, testing on iPads. So we then had to explain to Apple's own reviewers that Apple has decided not to support Apple Health on iPads.
Okay, and what was the impact on your business from these 2 rejections?
Arbitrary delays to release unrelated updates.
What is Sign In with Apple?
Sign In with Apple is Apple's third-party sign-in solution that allows other apps to have users authenticate via their Apple credentials.
And what has been your experience with Sign In with Apple?
So first of all, Apple requires developers who implement another third-party login solution like Google Sign-In or Facebook Login are the 2 that we do to implement Sign-In with Apple. Sign-In with Apple was only released, I think, 2 years ago, maybe not even. And so that was only started to be, the requirement to implement Sign-In with Apple was only enforced starting this past summer. When we were told we had to implement it, we looked and we saw that Sign-In with Apple is only supported on iOS versions 12 and above. However, we support iOS versions down to 9.3. So we had several back and forths with Apple trying to explain that we couldn't actually satisfy all their guidelines because we were additionally required to support subscriptions on any Apple devices that our app was supported on. They told us that the app review team was not technical and that we would need to contact Apple developer support to find out how to implement Sign-In with Apple pre-iOS 12. After a long back and forth, we basically decided it just wasn't worth it because they told us that we basically had to implement the solution ourselves using JavaScript. And then when we finally did implement Sign-In with Apple, we were rejected because our login screen features, or at the time featured a picture of someone doing yoga with a mostly brown background. And we were rejected because we used the black Sign-In with Apple button. And there's a guideline that says that if you use the black button, it has to appear on a light background. And if you use the white button, it has to appear on a dark background.
So we've heard statements that Apple treats all developers equally, including for its own apps. What has been your experience?
Merely the fact that there's an editorial team that chooses to feature some apps and not others makes it clear that Apple has no intention of treating all apps equally.
Did you attempt to offer free classes during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes.
Can you explain what happened when you tried to do that?
Yes. We, shortly before lockdowns actually started, we announced that we were going to make all of our apps completely free in March, and we eventually extended that through April as well. When we submitted our next update, we put in the release notes, the like what's new message, that all our apps were free during COVID-19 lockdowns through whatever date had been decided at that point. We were rejected where they cited a rule around explicit or offensive or triggering language, telling us that COVID-19 was potentially triggering. We then submitted another update where we just said free during lockdowns, but didn't say COVID-19 explicitly. We were then rejected again and told that they had scheduled a phone call with us. The woman who called explained that we were allowed to say that it was free, but we weren't allowed to allude to the presence of to allude to COVID in any way. So ultimately, we submitted an update that was approved, and I believe the next day, Apple released their own COVID-19 app, which allowed you to check your symptoms, which was featured front page of the App Store which anyone would see upon opening the App Store.
And just to be clear, the Apple representative told you that the word lockdown would potentially be triggering?
Correct.
How does Apple's free trial cancellation policy compare for third-party apps compare to the free trial cancellation policy on Apple's own apps?
I'm not sure about all of their apps. I know that specifically for Apple TV Plus and Apple Fitness Plus, if a user turns off their free trial, they lose access immediately. Whereas for third-party applications, they retain access through the end of their trial period, even if they turn off the trial, so that they're not auto-charged.
And do you like that policy?
No.
Why not?
I'm not a big fan of auto-renewing trials to begin with, but I think the decision to revoke access immediately upon turning off auto-renew makes it pretty clear that Apple is hoping to get some payments from users who otherwise would forget to turn off the auto-renew.
Does Apple restrict how you could use push notifications for marketing on your apps?
Yes.
Does Apple impose the same restriction on itself for Apple Fitness?
I know I've received at least 2 push notifications for Apple Fitness that were promotional.
In your experience, has Apple treated all third-party app developers equally? Can you give me an example of why you believe not?
Again, I think the most obvious example is just the mere presence of the editorial team and the featured apps in the App Store.
Do you know what a reader carve-out is?
Sorry?
A reader carve-out?
Are you talking about the reader apps carve-out? Yeah, I believe there's an exception to the in-app. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, but there's a specific exemption for reader apps, which are defined as, I think it's basically supposed to cover like ebooks, subscriptions, and perhaps video library subscriptions. But basically, it was apps that were just for consuming content across platforms, where there are modified rules around the need for in-app purchases.
Is Down Dog eligible for the reader carve-out?
We have never been approved for that. We haven't taught it explicitly. I'm not entirely familiar with the latest rules around what that carve-out is.
Okay. So switching topics, you're a software engineer by training?
Yes, I am.
And you worked in that capacity for several years at Google?
Correct.
To have native apps on both iOS and Android, did Down Dog have to write software separately for each?
Yes, although the majority of our code is shared. Yes.
And did you use Apple's API in order to create the software for your iOS app?
Yes, I don't believe it's possible to make an app even open on an iOS device without using Apple's APIs and SDK.
Was there anything special about Apple's API or SDK?
Not particularly.
You characterize them as average, below average, above average?
I would say average. We've implemented substantially the same functionality on web, Android, and iOS, and I don't believe any one of the three was substantially different.
Have you been happy with your experience distributing apps to the App Store and Apple's enforcement of its policy?
Not particularly.
Why don't you just abandon App Store distribution?
There's no other way for us to allow our users to access a native iOS app.
And why does that matter to you?
Native apps provide the best experience for a lot of technical reasons around functionality and performance. It's also, for better or for worse, where users have learned to go. I think if a friend tells you about this thing, Down Dog, they've been using on their phone, they're most likely to go search for Down Dog in the App Store.
Are you able to tell what type of operating system a customer uses to subscribe to your services?
Yeah.
And can you tell what type of device a customer uses to take a class?
To some level of specificity, yes.
Okay. What percentage of Down Dog's revenues come from iOS users?
It's roughly 50%. Where iOS users refers to users practicing on the native iOS app, but not necessarily purchasing with in-app purchases.
In your experience, do users who take a class on the iOS app typically switch to taking a class on the web?
Typically, no.
What percentage, if you know, of users that first take a class on iOS later take a class on the web?
I believe it's between 2 and 5%.
Do users switch between taking a class on an iOS device and taking a class on an Android device?
No.
What percentage of users take a class on an iOS device and then later take a class on an Android device?
I believe that number is 2.5%.
And we talked about this, but currently users can get Down Dog's iOS app only through the App Store, correct?
That is correct.
If you were allowed to distribute your apps outside of the App Store, would you do it?
Depends on the specific distribution method, but we would certainly be open to it.
If the distribution method was similar to what's allowed over the web, would you distribute your iOS differently, your iOS app differently on iOS?
Yes, certainly if users could visit our website and install directly from our website, we would support that.
Okay. If Apple increased its commission on the App Store by 20%, would Down Dog then leave the iOS environment?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Well, wait some time. Ask him if he has an opinion. You have to lay foundation for that.
Okay, sure. Are you in charge of determining where your subscriptions are sold? Yes. Does the pricing of those subscriptions impact where you offer them?
Yes.
Based on that, if Apple increased its commission on the App Store by 20%, would Down Dog leave the iOS ecosystem?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think it's unlikely. I think it's more likely that we would increase the price on iOS.
If Apple increased its annual developer fee to $200 instead of $99, would Down Dog leave the iOS ecosystem?
No.
And why not?
That fee is very small compared to our revenue.
And why isn't it sufficient for Down Dog to only be offered on Android devices?
Again, there's very little crossover between Android and iOS for any particular user. In our case specifically, we've grown almost entirely by word of mouth. We've done almost no marketing, which means users tell their friends and family about Down Dog. if half of their friends and family can't download DownDog because they have an iOS device and not Android, then that actually amounts to basically halving our growth rate, which is something that compounds over time. So it substantially reduces the ability for us to grow. At some point, I looked at the top 40 health and fitness apps according to Apple's own top charts, and at the time, only 2 of those top 40 did not also have an Android app, which suggests that it's very hard to be a popular consumer app while only supporting one platform.
As far as you know, had anyone at DownDog, including yourself, had any communications of any kind with anyone at Epic Games?
No.
Have you been given any incentive to testify here today?
No.
By anyone?
No.
Are you at all concerned about testifying publicly regarding your views as to Apple's policies?
Yes.
And why are you concerned?
In the past, Apple has openly told developers that they shouldn't go public with their complaints. I believe there was in the app review guidelines, it stated if you run to the press and trash us, it never helps.
That was in the guidelines?
That was in the guidelines.
Do you believe that you have ever experienced retaliation from Apple?
I'm not sure. Our most recent update was submitted roughly 1 week after Epic listed me as a witness, and that update was delayed for 33 days without any explanation from Apple as to the reason for the delay. We asked explicitly, we messaged them twice asking for the reason for the delay. In the past, we've never had an app be in review for more than a few days, so 33 days was definitely exceptional. We never got a response from Apple, though it finally was approved, again, without any explanation last Thursday.
It was approved last Thursday?
Correct.
When you were deposed in this matter, had it been approved?
It had not.
Did you testify about the fact that you just told this court during your deposition?
Yes, I did.
And then the app was approved last Thursday?
Correct.
Pass the witness trial.
Looks like now is a good time to take our second recess of the day. What I'm going to ask, Mr. Simon, you were prohibited from talking to the lawyers on either side, from talking to the parties on either side, from talking frankly to anybody about anything to do with this case. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. With that admonishment to the witness, we'll stand in recess until 1:15.
Just when you turn you turned over for the talk. Do you want to sit here? Thank you.
Hi there.
Okay. So I have to determine now that one's done. Yeah. Right? Yeah. This one I've gotten okay. I have to determine to the court. Okay. And it will go up like a yeah. I've gotten okay. Okay. And then once you do it, I'll let you go.
Doesn't matter. I'm happy with whatever. Thank you.
Okay. We have a witness. And Your Honor, I have one housekeeping matter. You're back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. Ms. Forrest.
Yes, Your Honor. On the open matter of the documents relating to the third-party information, the parties have conferred and reached agreement that for EX3774, the entire document is received into evidence, but the version that will go up onto the box will have one word redacted at page number page 40587.
Hold on. I'll tell you what, just put it on, put it on the record and make sure I get a copy of it so that I know what's been sealed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. It's one word on page number page, Epic 04058-769, and we'll hand Your Honor an appropriate copy. The second is on DX 3818. The parties have conferred on some numerical redactions on various pages, and I will hand a copy to Your Honor of that as well.
Okay, and that's agreed upon redactions.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Based upon that stipulation, the stipulation is accepted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You abided by my orders, sir?
I did.
All right. You may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Simon. My name is Meredith Dearborn. I represent Apple, and I'll be asking you just a few questions here today. Down Dog's competitors are in the yoga or health or wellness space, right?
Yes.
For example, Down Dog's yoga app competes with other yoga apps like Yoga Glow, Yoga Studio, and Pocket Yoga, right?
Correct.
Yoga Booty's apps, Down Dog's apps do not compete with gaming apps, right?
No.
Down Dog's apps don't compete with Fortnight, right?
No.
And by no, you mean that's correct.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you testified that users can subscribe to Down Dog's subscription service from the website, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that Down Dog has an iOS suite of apps as well as an Android suite of apps, right?
That's correct.
And once the user pays for a subscription, they can access your products, the workouts and the yoga practices anywhere, right?
That's correct.
So if a user purchased a subscription to your products on a website, they could then access those workouts on any app, on your iOS app, on your Android app, right?
That's correct.
And when users subscribe to Down Dog's subscription service on the Down Dog website, Apple earns no commission on that purchase, correct?
They do not receive a direct commission on the payment, no.
Right. Apple only earns a commission when new users sign up for a subscription in Down Dog's iOS apps, right?
Yes, they only receive a commission on the payment itself in that case.
And that commission is 30% in the first year because it's a subscription service, right?
Correct.
And then that decreases to 15% in the second year and all subsequent years thereafter, right?
Correct.
Okay. And about half of Down Dog's iOS users purchase the subscription on the website, not on the iOS app. I believe you testified to that on direct examination, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And iOS users can also access all of Down Dog's content on a web browser on their iPhone or iPad, like Safari, right?
The app is not fully functional on a mobile browser, but they can access it in a web browser on a desktop.
The same app content is available on Down Dog's website, though, right?
Correct.
And you testified, I believe, when on direct examination that you have a fully functional web app on iOS, right?
No, not on iOS. We have a fully functional web app for Mac, PC, Chromebooks, desktop computers.
Thank you. So you are aware, are you not, that there is a class action proceeding on behalf of a class of developers related to this case, right?
I don't know the specifics, but yes.
Have you spoken with counsel in that class action?
No.
Are you aware of whether your counsel has spoken for counsel for the developer class?
I believe that would be privileged, but no, I'm not aware.
Okay, you're not aware.
I'm not aware.
And to your knowledge, did anyone from Epic suggest to you or to your counsel that you talk to the counsel for the developer class?
No.
Now, Down Dog earns more money from its iOS users than it does from its Android users, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you testified on direct that about half of Down Dog's total revenue comes from iOS users. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the other half of your revenue comes from non-iOS users, right?
It's actually about 50% iOS, 35% Android, and then the rest is web or a mixture of platforms.
Okay. And just focusing on your revenue, the half of your revenues that do not come from iOS users, roughly 90% of that half come from users who subscribe on a website, right?
Correct.
Just 10% of that half comes from users who subscribe through Android in-app purchases, right?
Correct.
So 10% of 50%, that's 5% of your total revenues come from Android in-app purchases?
That is exactly correct, yes.
While a quarter to a third of Down Dog's total revenue comes from in-app purchases on iOS devices, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in 2018, Down Dog earned between about $500,000 and $1 million from users who use only the iOS app, right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And that number increased in 2019, right?
Yes.
It grew to somewhere between 2 and 3 million.
That sounds correct.
And in 2020, Down Dog earned $10 million from users who practice only on the iOS app, right?
That's roughly correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked in your direct testimony a little bit about refunds. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So you also discussed how Down Dog charges a higher price in its iOS app than it does on its website, right?
That's correct.
So, for example, you offer a monthly subscription to the iOS app for $9.99 and a monthly subscription on the website for $7.99.
Correct.
Thank you. And Apple has no restrictions on promotions that you offer to your users outside of the App Store, correct?
Except for the fact that we cannot publicize those from within the app. Correct.
But Apple doesn't tell you what sale price you can charge on your website, for example.
Correct.
And you, the developer, decide how to set your prices, right?
Yes, we do.
Apple doesn't tell you what price to set on your website, whether sale or not.
Correct.
So we also talked about how Apple's commission decreases from 30% to 15% in years 2 and subsequent, right?
Correct.
Do you make any changes to the prices that you charge to consumers in those subsequent years based on Apple's price decreases?
Once a user subscribes, we never change the price on them.
Okay. And you are aware, are you not, that customers sometimes find the price difference between the price you offer on your website and the price you offer in the iOS app somewhat confusing?
Yes.
And sometimes your customers ask for refunds because of those different prices on your app and on the website?
Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, you have a frequently asked questions document on your website where you talk about this, right?
Correct.
Can I get the binder of documents, Ms. Dunn? May I approach you on it?
Yeah.
Would you like a binder?
Sure.
So if you could turn, Mr. Simon, to PX 2624 in your binder. This is an accurate copy of the frequently asked questions from your website, right?
Yes, it is.
And I direct your attention to page 5 of 7. Frequently asked questions states, why are the in-app prices different from web prices? Are the memberships different? Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Now, DownDog, you can take that down, Mr. Spalding. Thank you. Now, DownDog used Apple's software development kit to make its iOS app. You talked about this on direct examination.
Yes, it's not possible to make an app that will open on iOS without using the SDK.
Okay, and you have no reason to doubt that that software development kit contains Apple's intellectual property, right?
Correct.
It contained Apple's APIs, for example.
Correct.
And you and your company use other tools from Apple as well to build iOS apps, right?
In our case, it's quite minimal, especially with some changes we made in the past year and a half, but yes.
Okay, well, for example, you have used Xcode, right?
We have, however, only 0.5% of our code remains in Swift, and so we do almost no development in Xcode anymore.
Okay, but for the development that you do in Xcode, Xcode is a piece of software that developers use to actually write the code, right?
Correct.
And you don't believe that you can create an application that will work on an Apple device without using Xcode?
Correct, although I think that's primarily because of restrictions by Apple, not technical restrictions.
Okay, and you use the Xcode tool to build the application when you're developing and also uploading that application to the App Store, right?
Correct.
And another tool that you use is TestFlight.
Yes.
TestFlight is the easiest way for you to install the latest version of all your company's on all your company's internal devices.
That's somewhat misleading. If it wasn't for Apple's prohibition on downloading, installing from outside the App Store, there would be no need for TestFlight. It would certainly be easier for us to distribute through our own website to our developers.
You're going to have to slow down.
Sorry.
Yep, and I would also ask you to please focus on my question. So TestFlight lets Yoga Buddy's employees who have an iPhone automatically install that version and test it before you submit it to Apple, right?
That's correct.
And you would not consider using these tools without a license from Apple, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to talk about a number of issues that you raised on your direct examination. So you testified that that your app, one of your apps, was rejected in June or July of 2020 for offering a free trial without auto renewals afterward, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, after discussion with Apple, that issue was resolved, right?
Correct.
And you also talked about your app's integration with Apple Health, right?
Correct.
And again, after discussion with Apple, that issue was resolved, right?
No, it was brought up again, and then we had to go through the same process before it was resolved again.
So it was, but currently that issue was resolved after discussion with Apple. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. You also talked about, you referenced a reference that your application made to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay. You indicated that your app was rejected for alluding to COVID-19 when Apple later put out its own COVID-19 related app. Do I have that more or less right?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that on March 14th, 2020, Apple announced a policy that only developers from recognized entities, such as government organizations, health-focused NGOs, companies deeply credentialed in health issues, and medical or educational institutions could address COVID-19 in an app?
I was not.
Were you aware that Apple's COVID-19 app was launched in partnership with the White House Coronavirus Task Force and the United States Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention?
I was not.
Okay. So in 2021, you added a link in your iOS app directing users to purchase a subscription on the Down.Dot website, right?
For 3 days, yes.
Okay. And you've actually added that link several times before? And you knew that adding that link violated Apple's App Store guidelines?
We did.
And at some point in January or February of this year, Apple caught that you were doing this?
Yes. 2 weeks after we had already removed the link, we received a notification from Apple.
Okay. And then in response to that communication from Apple, you told Apple that you had intended the link to your website only to appear on the Android version of your app, right?
That was what we said.
And when you said that to Apple, you were not telling the truth?
That's correct.
Okay. And you recall that Apple told you that developers who try to evade the app review guidelines might experience delays in submission of further updates?
I don't remember seeing that message.
Okay, thank you. And today, sir, to be clear, your apps are still on the App Store, right?
They are, correct. The message that we received in January told us that they'd been removed, but they had not, in fact, been removed.
Okay. So today is not the first time you've said critical things about Apple's policies, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, today, your app includes a message about Apple's 30% commission, right?
Actually, I believe we removed that in our update that was approved on Thursday.
Okay. But at least for a time, for a few months this year, Down Dog's app on iOS included an alert to your customers regarding Apple's 30% commission, correct? If you would turn in your binder, please, to DX5505. Simon, is this a screenshot of the notice that appeared in your app?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And again, your apps, all 5 of them, remain on the App Store today, correct, sir?
That's correct.
Thank you, Pastor Listener.
It says which exhibit?
Oh. I'm reminded to move in my evidence, Your Honor. We would move in Exhibit DX5505. This is the screenshot that we were just looking at.
No objection? Is there any objection? It's submitted.
As well as PX 2624.1.
Any objection? Submitted. Okay. And that's Exhibit 2624, period. There is no point 1.
I apologize, Your Honor. The point 1 is a reference to the first page, but we would admit the entire exhibit.
You had asked that I admit the entire.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's what I intended to say.
Okay. Redirect limited to the scope of cross.
Sure. Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Simon, what functions are not available through the Safari web browser on iOS that are available on the native app on iOS for your products?
There are a number. One that comes to mind is the ability to do push notifications isn't available for a web app on iOS. Additionally, there are UI interactions that may or may not be possible, but we have not optimized our mobile web version to actually fit a mobile screen.
And when you say UI, what do you mean?
User interface, so the actual what is presented and interacted with on the screen.
And can you explain what some of those functionality differences might be from the user's perspective?
Yes, generally HTML doesn't have as much support for touch, like finger-based, touch-based interactions because it was designed for point-and-click mouse interactions. So, for example, on the first page of our app, there's a user interface that's a circle sort of meant to emulate a clock where the user drags their finger to pick the time of their practice, which is not implemented on the web. Similar like drag and drop functionality of a drawer for their settings in the first page.
Do you believe that the iOS experience through the Safari web browser is as positive for a user as it is on the native iOS app?
No.
Does Apple give you the ability to charge a lower subscription price to folks who have been subscribed for more than a year than to new subscribers?
Not sure.
If they did give you that option, would you look into it?
I'm not sure. Generally, we just keep the price as the original payment price.
Mr. Bourne asked you some questions about a license that you have with Apple. Do you know the terms of that license?
I read through them, but I'm not particularly familiar with them.
Did you have any ability to negotiate those terms?
No, we did not.
You typically enter into a license agreement that you have no ability to negotiate?
I can't think of a license agreement that we did negotiate, but generally we don't do any license agreements.
That you did not?
Sorry, I can't think of a case where we negotiated any license agreement, but there just aren't that many license agreements we've made.
Do you find that objectionable that Apple has millions of developers that it deals with and it has one set of terms? And do you negotiate the various terms of your agreement with your customer?
No.
So do you find that objectionable?
Not necessarily.
Yes or no?
No.
Sure.
Everyone asked some questions about how the conversations with Apple have been resolved and your apps are still available. Do those issues cause disruptions to your business?
Yes.
What types of disruptions?
Mostly delays, feature improvements, and bug fixes. Most recently, this update that got delayed added back accessibility features required for blind users. We have one particularly emphatic blind user who actually went public with her complaints that we had not resolved the issues yet.
And there was testimony that you have, in fact, put a link in your iOS app telling users about the web-based pricing despite the policies. Why did you do that?
As I think I mentioned earlier, when we've done sales, some users, no matter how clear we try to make it in the email that the sale is only offered through our website, will go to the app looking for that and then mistakenly purchase at the full price. That wouldn't be such an issue except that we can't issue refunds in those cases. So we felt like the benefits outweighed the costs in the case of immediately after we announced the sale, including the link to reduce that customer confusion. Looking back on it, I think we probably should have instead just removed the ability to pay with Apple for those 3 days. That wouldn't have violated their policies. It probably still would have led to customer confusion, but no mistaken payments.
Okay. No further questions?
We cross and continue to redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. So I didn't have my pen out fast enough to write the numbers down. I was hoping you could go through them with me very quickly. 100% of your revenues, you said 50% of those come from iOS users.
Correct.
And of that 50%, what is the purchase on the devices versus the web?
Roughly 50-50.
Okay. And then with Android, you said 30% of your revenues come from Android users?
Yeah.
And what is the Android purchase versus web purchase?
It's about 90% purchase on our website.
90 website, okay. And then when you said mixture, what else?
Sorry, some users will actually do practices on multiple platforms. So that 50% number, I believe, was actually users who only practice on iOS. And then it's about 30% only practice on Android, 5% only practice on web, and then the rest practice on multiple platforms.
Okay. But once they have your app, regardless of where they get it from, on the Apple device, they can use it.
Yes, they are perfectly able to use it on any platform.
So in terms of the use on Safari versus the use of the app, if they already have the subscription, why would they go to Safari as opposed to just the app?
I'm not aware of users any substantial number of users trying to use our app on mobile Safari.
Okay, so that doesn't sound like that would ever happen.
Yeah, we actually pop up an alert if they visit our website on a mobile browser, telling them that for the best experience, they should download the data app.
Okay. And obviously, then they can't purchase the subscription through Safari.
They can purchase a subscription through Safari.
Oh, they can?
Yes, we're just not allowed to link to that option from within the app.
Okay. And it's not as easy as the app, but it's doable.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy.
You think it's easy? Okay. Do you know of any distinctions between the experience between purchasing on Safari versus the app?
They have to either log into their PayPal account or enter their credit card information. But I think most browsers now have saved your credit card information, so that's become pretty easy. And when doing an in-app purchase, Apple often prompts you to re-enter your password for your Apple ID anyway, so it's not clear that it's actually a smoother process.
Okay. How long did you have the message up with respect to the link, or not the link, but the notification of the 30% commission?
That screenshot that we just saw, that was live in the app from when I believe we updated the app in December of last year, and then the next update removed it, which didn't get approved until last Thursday. So, was that for, what was that, 4 months?
Okay. And over the course of those 4 months, did you see your traffic patterns change?
Not that I recall.
So even though they had that link, you still, for iOS users, were 50-50?
Sorry, so the alert that we saw in Exhibit 4 didn't actually have a link to purchase on the website. It just said that Apple takes 30%, but they still couldn't find the website purchase option. The link that we included was only there for 3 days, and I don't think any exhibit has been shown with that link.
And for those 3 days, did you see a change in your customers purchasing?
It's hard to say because that was the 3 days after we announced the sale, which was our cheapest price ever. So we had a huge influx of purchases, but it's unclear how much the link was responsible for that. My guess is it was not substantially responsible for that.
Okay. But with respect to the longer period of time, that 4 months with the 30% commission, so that people actually knew what was happening, you didn't see any real change in?
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions with respect to mine? Mr. Earhart?
None here, Your Honor.
Okay, so you excuse you may step down. Thank you. You can now talk to everybody when you want. It's just not during your testimony. That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ebit calls Ashish Patel.
Okay.
The court in this case now in trial, the truth of all truth.
I do.
And then we'll pull them right up, and then please state your full name and short back.
Sure. My name is Ashish B. Patel. Last name Patel, P-A-T-E-L.
How do you spell your first name, sir?
It's A-A-S-H-I-S-H.
Okay. Is the court reporter able to hear him clearly? We're going to try that again. I need you to speak up just a little bit.
Okay. My name is spelled A-A-S-H-I-S-H.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at NVIDIA Corporation.
At a very high level, what does NVIDIA do?
NVIDIA develops platforms for graphics for gaming, as well as artificial intelligence, automotive, and a few other areas.
And what is your current position at NVIDIA?
I am the Director of Product Management for the GeForce Now product.
And what are your responsibilities in that role?
I define product specifications on GeForce Now and help drive them through the company. I do business development, looking for partners for GeForce Now. I work on analytics, primarily business analytics, and I help in procurement of data center and other infrastructure for GeForce Now.
Okay. Well, you mentioned GeForce.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
You mentioned GeForce Now a few times. What is GeForce Now?
GeForce Now is our cloud gaming product.
Okay, and at a basic level, what does GeForce Now do?
GeForce Now has servers in the data center. These are similar to what you would have as PCs at home, but in the server class. And this is where the games are run. And then you stream a video stream to the user so that he can see and enjoy the game.
And the user is using some other device in order to access the PCs that are running in the data center. Is that right?
Yes. We call them clients. So they have different clients, a PC, a Mac, a TV. Those would be clients.
When did GeForce Now first become available to users?
NVIDIA's been investing in GeForce Now since 2014, but our commercial service started in February 2020, so last year.
Now, before streaming services were developed, what were users' options for playing video games?
Before streaming solutions, you would buy the game and run it on your PC at home for PC games. So you'd have to buy a PC, buy the software, install it, and play.
And do users still do that?
Yes, they do.
Well, which has more users today, game streaming or PC-based native gameplay?
At NVIDIA, it's PC-based native gameplay.
And just to make sure everyone understands, can you explain to me from a technological standpoint, meaning really the location of the hardware and software, how cloud gaming or cloud streaming differs from playing a game locally on a device?
Sure. I'll start with locally. So locally, you'd have a PC like this laptop in front of me, and you would buy the game and install the game on here, and you'd use a keyboard and mouse, and every button you press would go to the CPU and GPU, the processing power within this laptop. And so that's what happens for local gameplay. In cloud gaming, the hardware lives in the data center. So every time the user presses a button, you send the button to the data center, feed it to the game running on the server there. The game generates what we call a video frame. We take that video frame and through engineering compress it, send it to the user, and show it to the user.
So what is being sent from the cloud to the user's device is a video feed. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. In some way, it is a video feed.
Okay. So with cloud gaming, does any game software, not talking about the streaming client software, but any game software make its way onto the user's device?
No.
Again, where is that software?
It runs in the servers in the data center.
Let's talk about the games that users can play on GeForce Now. Can users stream any game in existence through GeForce Now?
NVIDIA works with game publishers and we seek permission from those publishers to bring those games onto our platform. So today we have about 800 games, which is a small subset of all the games in existence.
So small subset of?
That's the last number I read, and I don't know if it's true, was Steam, which is a company that has a lot of games, had approximately 30,000 games on their service.
Okay.
And GeForce Now offers, you said 800 games in its catalog?
I think it's 850. We add new games every week, so it's hard to be very specific. So it's between 850 and 900, I would say, today.
And does even Steam offer every video game that there is?
No, Steam is also a platform for publishers. Other game stores have other games.
It's fair to say that the vast majority of video games are not available through GeForce Now for streaming, correct?
I would say that, yes.
So when a user subscribes to GeForce Now, at that point, can they automatically play all of the games available in the GeForce Now catalog?
We make those games available to users, but the users have to own them. They must have had to purchase their games through either Steam or Epic Games Store or Ubisoft. And the games that they have purchased are available for them to play. If they've not purchased them, then they'll be prompted with a screen saying you don't own this game, essentially.
And can a user then purchase the rights to play the game through GeForce Now itself?
Not today. No, you cannot.
So if a user wanted to play more games in the GeForce Now catalog through streaming, what would the user need to do?
Well, the user would first have to determine what games are on the service, and we have a web page for that, and then go to their game store and see if it's available there and purchase it on that game store, and then come back and play on the GeForce Now service.
So does GeForce Now enable users to play video games and bypass transacting with some app store or game store?
Now the user has to log into the App Store or the Game Store, and only if that App Store and Game Store verifies that the user owns the game, can the user play that game.
Okay, just to clarify one point, other than the GeForce Now client itself, does GeForce Now enable a user to download any kind of software, gaming or otherwise, any kind of software onto his or her device?
No.
And again, just to clarify, but the computers in the data center are PCs, is that right?
They're like PCs. They have the same elements of the PC.
Are they compatible with an Xbox game?
No, they're not.
Are they compatible with PlayStation games?
No, they're not.
Are they compatible with Nintendo games?
No, they're not.
So for what platform games can users play through GeForce Now?
Windows PC games is the current model.
So just to be clear, can a user stream a game coded for the Xbox through GeForce Now?
No, they cannot.
And would the answer be the same for PlayStation?
Yes.
How about this? Can users stream a game coded for iOS through GeForce Now?
No, they cannot.
When did GeForce Now become a paid service?
I believe it's February 4th, 2020.
Okay. At a high level, what benefits do users receive from a cloud gaming or streaming service?
At a high level, you get access to a pretty powerful gaming PC in the cloud, and you can stream to any client, so to your Mac PC, as I mentioned before.
How can users access the GeForce Now product?
Well, first they'd have to come to our website and download the client, sign up for the service, and then through the client access their games.
Do you offer native applications of GeForce Now?
Yes, we do.
And do you also offer a web-based experience of GeForce Now?
We do.
Which provides the better experience, the native application or the web-based application?
The native application affords us a lot more control on video and quality. The browser application has more restrictions.
Is GeForce Now's native application available on iOS?
No.
Just very briefly, why not?
We have written and invested in a native application. We submitted it to Apple for review. Apple approved it, and then a few weeks, a few days, I don't know exactly what, they rescinded their approval. And we had discussions with Apple about getting it approved, but we couldn't find a solution together, and so we decided to invest in the browser-based.
On which platform is GeForce Now available to users as a native app?
On your Windows PC, on a Apple Mac desktop or laptop, on Android TV set-top boxes.
That Android TV?
Yes, there's TVs, and it's the set-top box that connects to the TV. Android
set-top box.
So set-top box. So that's the industry term, set-top box. It's a box that's placed on top of your TV. And Android phones as well.
Are there any platforms besides iOS where GeForce Now is offered, but not available as a native app?
It's on iPhones and iPads for iOS, as well as for Chromebooks. There's a browser application for Chromebooks.
So it's not available on those.
As a native application?
Only the browser is available.
Okay. So it's not, you don't have a native app for iPhones, iPads, or
Chromebooks.
That's
good.
And you mentioned this, but just to be clear, is GeForce Now available on iOS to users through some other mechanism than a native app?
Yes, through browser client.
Does NVIDIA try to bring GeForce Now to iOS through a native app?
Yes, we did.
And would that have been GeForce Now's preference?
Yes, it was.
Is that still your preference?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree that having GeForce Now on iOS as a web app is the same thing, as a practical matter, as having GeForce Now on iOS as a native app?
No, there are differences.
Okay. Which is a better experience for the user?
The native app would be a better experience for the user.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the differences. If an iOS user searches for game streaming in the App Store today, will she find GeForce Now?
I haven't done the search in a while, but I don't believe so.
What if she actually searched for GeForce Now?
It would not be the GeForce Now application.
And that's true even though GeForce Now is available through Safari on iOS, correct?
That is correct.
How would that be different if GeForce Now was offered as an app in the App Store, a native app?
Like other applications, it would show up in the search, and the user would have the option of purchasing and installing it.
Now, once a user has found out about the availability of GeForce Now through Safari, what is the process for setting it up to use on an iOS device?
So once they've discovered, they have to go to a website, play.geforcenow.com, on their iOS device. They will be prompted with a screen. The first thing we do is we inform the user of how to install a bookmark, an app icon onto their home screen. So it's a series of 3 or 4 instructions that the user has to follow so that an application icon is installed on their phone. And then once that's done, then they'd have the same, they have the option of logging in or using the app.
And then what happens if you try to use the service for the first time through Safari?
For the first time, you have to be logged in. So some games will be shown, I believe, and if they try and click on the game that you're not logged in, please log in. So, yes, within the application, they'll be potentially shown a list of games, and if they click on a game, and if they are not logged in, they will be asked to log in. If they don't have an account, they'll be asked to create an account. Once they've created an account and have logged in, they'll be checked if they're entitled to the service, if they've signed up for the service, and if they've signed up for the service, then the game would start streaming.
And the process of creating a shortcut on the home screen of the device, can you describe what that process is like for a user?
From what I recall, the user we show a screen with 4 steps. The first step is to click on, within Safari browser, an icon that will bring up a list of options. One of them is to add to home screen. It's maybe not exactly what I'm stating it is, but that's the intent. And then you type in what you want the name for this shortcut to be, and then you press enter, and that's what we inform the user to do.
Okay. How does the process you just described for setting up GeForce Now as a web app compare to the process of downloading GeForce Now as a native app if it were offered on iOS?
The browser app is 4 or 5 steps, which is typically not something an average user would do.
so it's a bit more complicated. On a App Store experience, you would find the app, click on install, and it would install and put the icon there. So it's one click and done.
Do you understand the term user interface?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
It's the interface that the software provides and how the user interacts with it.
Are there differences between web apps and native apps in terms of what NVIDIA can do with the user interface for GeForce Now?
Yes, there are.
And what are the differences?
The web app is within a browser, and there are times when you rotate your phone that the browser bar may show up. We've hidden it through tricks or information we found. In a native app, you would have full control over that experience.
How does the ability to control the user interface in terms of touch screen controls compare in a native app versus a web-based application?
In a native app, using a mouse and other touch interfaces, you have full control on the screen. On a browser app, there are limits to the edges. You might not be able to click on the edges of the screen and register the touch. Mouse is also different. The browser app doesn't provide a way to use a mouse on an iPad. With a native app, you can actually use a mouse with an iPad, and that affords the user to play more games.
You heard the term latency?
Yes, I have.
What does that mean?
At a high level, it's from when you trigger an action to when you see the effect of that action.
And do you know what a decoder is?
In the game streaming world, that's taking a video image that's encoded and decoding it and displaying it.
Does the decoder and the quality of the decoder have an impact on latency?
Yes, it has.
And how, why is that?
It depends on the technology behind the decoder, the decoder that's being written, and how the decoder's algorithm works when there's inconsistent or adverse network effects.
And to summarize it, if the decoder is good, does that reduce latency?
It can, yes.
Okay. For a native application, what can NVIDIA do to reduce latency with the decoder?
In a native application, we have very low-level control, so we can spend engineering resources in creating our own algorithm, and looking for packet losses or other network effects, and optimizing the video stream.
Can NVIDIA do that for a web application?
No, the web application, there's some control, but nowhere near the level of control that a native application has.
And what is the result on latency?
So the latency can be a bit higher.
What impact does high latency have on a user playing a game?
Depending on the user and the game, the user may feel uncomfortable with the latency. It's doing an action and seeing the action performed later could result in, if they're in a racing game, turning too late, for example.
Or if they're in a competition game, could someone with high latency be at a competitive disadvantage to someone with low latency? Sure. In a survival game, would someone with high latency potentially be at a competitive disadvantage compared to someone with low latency? Objection, Foundation?
Well, depending on the game, yes, there can be competitive disadvantages for a user with high latency.
Do you know what kind of game Fortnite Battle Royale mode is?
Yes.
What kind of game is it?
In the industry, call it a FPS or first-person shooter game.
Is it a defense and survival game?
Yes, it is.
If a user is playing Fortnite Battle Royale through a web app, could that user be at a competitive disadvantage to someone playing on a native application due to latency?
Sure, they could, depending on the latency.
In your experience, how do gamers react if a game is published where certain users are inherently at a competitive disadvantage?
In my experience, I've seen complaints from users like that.
Do you understand the term frame rate?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand the term inconsistent frame rate?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what that means?
Frame rate is the rate at which you're sending these images. So how, if someone's moving on the screen, that movement may be 60 frames every second. And so in every second, we've actually generated 60 frames that the user sees. And if it's a constant 60 frames per second, it's a very fluid motion. If that frame rate is inconsistent, the user can experience what we call jitter or stutter, where the movement is interrupted.
And can inconsistent frame rates sometimes be an issue for game streaming?
Depending on the user's network quality, yes, it can be.
And
on the user's network quality.
How do web apps and native apps compare in terms of being able to solve for the potential problem of inconsistent frame rates?
With the native app, like the previous question, you'd have more control to write better algorithms for it.
And does that result in a better user experience on native apps?
It can, yes.
What is a peripheral, as that term is used in gaming?
A peripheral is a device that's attached to your gaming system. So on a local PC, for example, this laptop, your mouse could be a peripheral. A controller to control the games would be a peripheral.
Are there differences between web apps and native apps in terms of support for peripherals?
There can be. For example, on a native app, there's a feature for controllers called haptic feedback. If the controller vibrates, haptic feedback if the controller vibrates or not. And we can make that feature available for native apps, but not for browser apps.
Is another example the ability for an iPad to support a mouse?
Yeah.
And is that available on a native app for GeForce Now?
There is no native app that we know that we could make it available for a native app. Sorry, I said there is no native app for iPad, but if there was one, we would make it available for it.
And can you make it available through a web app?
No, not today.
So based on these differences we've just discussed, do you believe playing GeForce Now on a web app on iOS is the same experience as playing GeForce Now on a native app on iOS?
For some users, it may differ, yes. For some users, it may be different.
And does NVIDIA have a preference between web apps and native apps for iOS?
Native apps definitely provide us with more control of the GeForce Now experience.
And NVIDIA, in fact, developed a native app for iOS, correct?
Yes, we did.
What resources went into the development of that application?
A combination of our engineering teams as well as the user interface design teams.
Did that take time and money?
Yes.
And did NVIDIA successfully write an app for GeForce Now that would run on iOS?
Yes, we did.
Did you submit the app to Apple for approval?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell me what happened?
We submitted the app through Apple's approval process. Apple approved the app, and then a few days to a few weeks later, they rescinded the approval.
On what basis?
They provided a pointer to the application guidelines, and they said the app was not conforming to those application guidelines.
And which guidelines?
I don't remember the exact number, but it was the guidelines related to remote desktop services or things of that nature.
Right. Show you a document. May I approach on?
Yeah.
We have another binder for you if you would like it, Your Honor.
Why don't you hand it over there? I'm hoping that I have all of them already.
Okay. If you could turn to the tab labeled PX2790.
27 or 7?
Yeah, that's 2790.
I have PS 721, 724, 725, 728, and 729.
You may have the wrong binder.
Yes, I see.
The 790 is already admitted, so
Yes.
someone should have it there to App Store review guidelines.
Correct. If you can turn to, you have it now, Mr. Patel?
Yes, I do.
If you can turn to section 4.9 on page 18 of that document.
Yes.
Do you see that says streaming games?
Yes, I do.
And the first sentence says, excuse me, streaming games are permitted so long as they adhere to all guidelines.
Yes.
And then if you look at the next paragraph, 4.9.1, it reads, each streaming game must be submitted to the App Store as an individual app so that it has an App Store product page.
Yes, I see that.
What would NVIDIA have had to do to its app to comply with that policy?
We would have to take our 850 games that we have a license for, and create individual App Store applications and submit them for approval.
Is it possible for NVIDIA to do that?
NVIDIA doesn't own the rights to those games, so no.
And again, just to be clear, other than the GeForce Now client itself, can GeForce Now be used to distribute any sort of software to a user's device?
No.
Does that include malware?
Yes, the malware is not distributed to the software.
Okay. From your perspective, is there any security benefit that would be gained from updating your app to comply with the guideline we just reviewed? Objection Foundation.
What's your title again, sir?
I'm product management, director of product management.
Okay, and do you have any background or foundation in security protocols or building security issues with respect to apps?
No, not at a technical level.
Systems.
Did Apple ever tell you that there was a security basis on which it was rejecting the GeForce Now app?
No, they did not.
John, does NVIDIA consider other cloud game streaming services to be potential competitors of GeForce Now?
There are the providers of cloud game services in the market, yes.
And what services are they?
There are other providers of cloud gaming services in the market.
And what services are those?
Google has a service called Google Stadia. Microsoft has a service called xCloud. And Amazon has a service called Luna.
Are any of those services available through a native application on iOS?
No, the last time I checked was a month ago. I didn't see one then.
So far we've been discussing streaming games, whether through a native app or a web browser. I want to switch topics. And I want to talk about the differences between streaming a game versus playing it locally.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference?
Yes.
Okay. So you testified about latency. Holding all else equal, how does the latency compare between streaming a game versus playing it locally?
Streaming a game requires signals to be sent to the server and back, so that can have higher latency than a native game.
And that's just because, due to physics, it takes time from the signal to go to the data center and back to the device?
That's correct.
Does a user need to be connected to the internet to stream a game on GeForce Now?
Yes.
Does the user need to be connected to the internet to play a game offline locally on the device if the game permits offline play?
Not in my experience.
Does GeForce Now have requirements as to how strong a user's internet connection must be to use the GeForce Now service?
Yes, we do.
What are those requirements?
I believe there are different requirements for different resolution. So for a 720p, so HD resolution, it's 15 megabits per second of bandwidth required.
And do you recommend that users have 50 megabits per second?
On the website, we may in the app as a recommended setting.
Let me show you another document. If you could turn to Exhibit 721.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
It looks like something you'd find on the NVIDIA website.
And does NVIDIA keep this website up to date in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
You can at 721 PX7211.
Any objection?
No objection.
721. 721 is admitted.
If you look sort of the middle of the front page, it says low bandwidth.
Yes, I see it.
And if you look at the last part of that first sentence, it says we require 15 Mbps and recommend 50 Mbps, correct?
Yes, I see that.
You put that aside. How does the quality of a user's internet connection impact the experience of streaming a game through GeForce Now?
Depending on the user's bandwidth, you could get a higher quality image. So I refer to it as 720p versus 1080p, and those are distinctions in quality or resolution. Packet loss, that's another network metric, number of packets that get lost. And that can, if there's a lot of packet loss, then you would either experience lower image quality or some skipped frames.
And when you say packet loss, those are packets being connection is weak enough? Will they be unable connection is weak enough? Will they be unable to stream through GeForce Now?
Yeah, we have certain limits, and if the packet loss is really high and we cannot decode a frame, then we will inform the user and probably not see a video stream.
And in fact, NVIDIA discourages users from accessing GeForce Now through a 4G cellular network, correct?
You let the user know that they would have a better experience over Wi-Fi, over a Wi-Fi network, and if they're on 4G, then they should be aware of their data usage while using GeForce Now.
Some cellular providers cap the data usage for mobile users, correct, with 4G networks?
Yes, mine does.
And some cellular companies reduce the bandwidth available to a user if the user is using a lot of bandwidth, correct?
I've seen that as on some providers' websites.
And how would throttling the bandwidth impact an ability of a user to stream GeForce Now through cellular?
When bandwidth isn't throttled, they may see a higher image quality, but once bandwidth is throttled, they may see a lower image quality or no image, depending on the level of throttling.
What type of connection does NVIDIA recommend users use for GeForce Now?
We recommend that users use a Ethernet connector, which means a hardwired network, or Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz.
Can you plug into the Ethernet if you're wanting to play a game on the subway on the way to work?
No, you cannot.
How about if you want to play a game in the park?
No, you cannot.
Can you log on to your home Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz network on the subway?
No.
How about in the park?
No.
How about on an airplane?
No.
So I want to talk about capacity on GeForce Now. And I understand some of this is confidential, and so I don't want you to tell me any specific numbers, but I'll ask generally, and then maybe we'll come back and get into some specifics. Okay. But in general, does NVIDIA have limits on GeForce Now capacity?
Yeah, there is GeForce Now capacity, and we continue to add to it, but there is a limited capacity.
And what happens if more users attempt to stream through GeForce Now than the server capacity allows?
The user will be informed that they have to queue until capacity is available.
And what does that mean, queuing?
The user will be told that there are 10, 20 people ahead of him, and we'll keep that number up to date. So the user has to spend some time until it's their turn to play.
And is there also a queuing capacity on GeForce Now?
There is.
And what happens if more users try to stream through GeForce Now than either the playing capacity or the queuing capacity can support?
If the number of users queuing is greater than the queuing capacity, the user will be informed to say that to come back later.
The service is not available, correct?
They'll say the service is currently not available, please try again later.
And why is it that NVIDIA has these capacity limitations?
NVIDIA has to invest in building our infrastructure in data centers, and we do that on an ongoing basis, but there are limits while we're expanding.
And the limits are imposed by physics because computers can only process so much information at once, correct?
That's correct.
And if you wanted to expand your capacity, what would you have to do?
We would have to procure more data center space, more internet space, buy additional servers, buy all the infrastructure that goes around the servers, install them, pay for data center space and rent. Those are some of the elements of expanding capacity.
NVIDIA developed a way to determine which players get priority access given the capacity constraints?
The NVIDIA service has two tiers. One is a free service that is provided to users at no cost with some limitations, and then there's a paid service. We always prioritize paid users in getting capacity before free users.
And if enough paid members are accessing the service at the same time, is it possible that they still will have to wait in a queue before playing?
If there are that many paid users, yes.
Has NVIDIA placed limits on how long users can play on GeForce Now?
For each session, so each time they play them, we do have limits, yes.
And what are those session limits?
For paying users, it's 6 hours per session. For free users, it's 1 hour per session.
And what percentage of GeForce Now users are free users?
Currently, the majority of users are free users.
Would you say it's the vast majority?
I would say it's the vast majority.
And what play session limits do those users face?
1 hour.
What happens to a user if she reaches her playtime limitation on GeForce Now?
When they're approaching their limitation, the user is shown a warning that their session is going to terminate with a countdown, giving the user the opportunity to wrap up their gaming session. And once a free user has finished that, they would then have to go and restart the game in order